Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So here I'm going to introduce our long-awaited Flutter Riverpod course. Now previously we have seen this e-learning app based on Flutter block, and this time we are going to introduce this course using Flutter Riverpod. So let's go ahead what it covers. So let's take a look at it very quickly. So of course over here I have these two simulators, and on this simulator this app refers to user app and this app actually refers to teacher side. Well, so user app, actually user would be able to see this onboarding screen, and then after that definitely we'll have login and the sign up section. Now over here anyone can go ahead and sign up. Well, actually I have signed up already, so I'm not going to use it from here anymore. But if we sign up, actually that would help us sign up through Google email login, and of course there are Facebook and Apple login as well. Now since I have already signed up, so over here I'm going to log in. So how do I log in? So let's hit login, and we'll see that over here we are logged in, and so this is our user and app. Now over here we do have another app for teachers, so that the teachers or anyone related to this would be able to chat with the users from here. Now over here our teacher can log in as using their account, but this account actually would be coming from their backend, because for these two apps we also have dedicated backend. Actually we have two apps over here and we'll have two backend. One is super admin panel, another is the teachers panel. Anyway, so let's take a look at our user and app over here. Now over here at the top we do see that we have search section, and then we have this sliders, and over here we have this 4 images. Each of the images actually refers to virtual products or courses in our case. Well, we do also have this search bar over here, so you'd be able to search items, and then over here you'd be able to see all the courses you have bought, and then over here you'd be able to see if you have any chatting or not. And after that over here you will see, okay, you have your profile section, and here we do have settings and some other related information. Now when it comes to settings over here, of course we have this page, and over here you can eventually log out. Now let's go ahead and see our front end. Now front end over here, for example, this is a course, and this course is uploaded by someone or one of the teachers. The teachers are available in the backend. Now over here we would be able to see course related info, a course that has been updated. Now all this information over here is coming from actually backend. Now at the top, of course, we also see author page. Now author page is author related information, and from here actually you can go ahead and start chatting, and these are the courses that's been uploaded by author. Definitely, of course, you have to buy the course first. To be able to buy the course, you need to go ahead and click on the go buy button, and over here it would pop up with a payment page. Now over here we can use our dummy email address to log in and make the payment. Now this payment has been done using Stripe, so you'd learn how to go ahead and use Stripe for payment. And in this case actually we are using Stripe web view payment, which would be integrated using backend REST API. So once you are done, you can see there it says that payment successful. Now if you try to buy it again, it will say you already purchased this course. So yeah, this is the checking we also do. And after that, if you come over here, actually you'd be able to see the course detail, like the related information. And inside this, and the awesome thing that we have covered is this video player, because if you are a course author, you are uploading course using video, and in the app itself we'd be able to play the videos, as you can see. And of course you could do left and right, but of course in our case we just use pretty much the same image. And over here, sorry, not image, video. Now of course over here we do see that there is a different video. so you'd be able to play videos, and which is very cool. So everything over here has been done using Riverpod. So eventually when you take this course, actually you'd master Riverpod. Now anyway, let's go to this author page over here, and inside this author page definitely you can view authors all the courses if you want. And then at the same time you'd be able to start chatting. Say for example, from here you can send messages. Hello, how are you? All right. Now over here we do see that we have this message that popped up immediately. Now of course this is the teacher. This teacher has uploaded the course over here, so that's why we are able to send message from here to the teacher. And as you can see, we also have over here this dot. That dot means that we have messages. Well, right now we see there is one messages, and good morning. So you can send more messages, and we'll able to see that the dot that changes immediately over here, it's 2. Now from here you can reply to your student or anyone if you want. So over here would say good morning. You'll see the messages popped up immediately, and of course we have a beautiful UI. So far so good. So that's how actually a teacher can answer or reply all the users or the students from their side. Of course, it looks like we have to go deep inside for buying the course, but so we have to go deep inside for doing the chat. But actually someone can also chat from here, like as you can see. So if I'm going to send messages from here, it'll pop up here as well. Questions to ask. So we'll see that it pops up over here, and then once we open it, we'll see the message over here, and then you close it, the red dot's gone. So this is the beautiful thing about this section. Now over here, let's take a look at this search section. Now you can search something like visual, and we'll see that if we have courses related to that, that would show up. Here actually we could do a search. Not only that, we can go to a page from there. So that's how the search works. Now of course in our profile section we have these few sections. Basically we have covered over here the settings and the logout section. Now everything over here has been done using Riverpod. Now that was our user end, and this was our teacher's end. Now teacher's end over here actually is simple, not much thing to do. If the teacher wants, they can come over here and they would be able to change their profile information from this section. And not only that, teacher would be also able to change their images. So let's go ahead and access our gallery, and let's take a look. Now I'm going to select this image, and over here we do see that teacher images has been changed, and then you can definitely go ahead and save. Not only that, over here if you want, you can also actually go ahead and save this information as well. Over here we are Flutter coach. All right, so just let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that it takes place immediately, the actions, and it's over here. Now of course this thing definitely is coming from backend, and how we know that, you can go ahead and simply sign out, and you'll see, and sign in now. And now let's come over here. We do see that whatever we have done before actually is pretty much saved over here. So all this information actually goes to the backend. Now backend actually we have covered using Laravel REST API. So step by step you learn how to build your own API, actually powerful API. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our backend. So this is our backend, and let's go ahead and log in. We just have logged in our backend. Now in the backend itself, we see that there is a menu, and well, this section is pretty much responsive. Now over here, we would be able to see all the orders that have been placed by our users from the front end, and we'll see the number of people in a sense that they have logged in our app. Now definitely this comes from over here as well. So if someone has logged in, so you'd be able to see the people they have logged in. Okay. All right. And then you'd be able to see your course category. Course category, actually you can create a new category from here. And once you create the new category, and then you'd be able to upload or create a course from here. Now course you can also set as recommended or not recommended. If you course is recommended, then it will pop up in the front end on the user side automatically on a special place where it says the course is recommended. And after that, you'd see over here that, and over here you'd be able to actually create a lesson for this course. So these are all connected. The idea is first you'll create a course category, then course, and then lesson. Each course will have many lessons. All right. Not only that, actually from here you'd be able to separate your users. So as you can see, you can log in as admin. So this is actually super admin. And then if you want, you can also create separate teachers account. So this is from where you create teachers account, and pretty much everything we do on this backend, that would be, for example, if you want to create a new course type, you have to click over here, go ahead and create a new course and submit the button. And after that, you'll create a so if you want, you can go ahead and create a new course category. You have to click on this new button and submit the form. And after that, you have to go ahead and create a new course related to the category if you want, just like this from here. And well, this form submission is a bit complex, and we have covered step by step everything over here. And then you'd be not only able to do that, you'd be able to create lessons, and each of the lessons that you'd create over here, actually you'd be able to upload the lesson name, thumbnail, and URL. Now of course the URL itself over here refers to a video, so you'd be able to upload local videos, and you'd be able to upload actually many of them at the same time. So that means that one course will have many videos or lessons, and then just go ahead and submit it. So it's the same for creating teachers. So if you want to create a new teacher, all you have to do, come over here and create a new role, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and look at the teachers panel. Now one of the teacher over here is the best tech, and we are going to log in as the best tech. So this is very different from our super admin panel, because as a teacher, all you'd be able to do, create a new course from here. You can do that, and after that you'd be able to create new course related information from here, because if you created a course, you need to upload the lesson. Now all this thing actually applies to the virtual products. So if you want to show or sell virtual products, or develop an app and backend that sells virtual products, more like an e-commerce app, then this is the perfect course for you. So go ahead and check that out, and if you have any questions, you can leave a comment below. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead. So far so good, and make sure your server is running. Now this place is very interesting. The reason is we can stop it, and we can actually play it, right? Okay, now I want to do further things. Well, I want to have a list of videos over here. Actually I already have, because on the backend side, when you create a lesson, actually you can upload multiple videos. I've already done it. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and upload multiple videos. And well, I'm going to walk you through quickly actually. This lessons, one of these lessons over here, I think this one. Actually I have uploaded multiple videos. If you already have any lessons, what I would suggest, you should go ahead and create a new lesson for a certain course, and you just click over here. You'll see that you can upload many courses. Now I'm not going to suggest you to go ahead and edit and upload new videos, because as you can see, if you click on this, you can still edit and upload, but I don't suggest to do that yet, because if you try to edit and submit, we'll have errors. I didn't cover that part yet, which we'll do because that part is a bit complex. So I would suggest go ahead and create a new lesson for a certain course and upload multiple videos. Just go ahead and fill in the information, then click over here, then you'll see that you can do that anyway. So that's my suggestion. In future tutorials, I'll cover actually how to go ahead, edit and add more. Okay, right now I'm not going to do that. Okay, back to our front end. So once you are ready, okay, cool. Now the first thing we need to do, we need to get ready for these changes on the front end. Say if you have a lot more videos coming, so you need to show them, right? All right, and where we do that? Actually, we can do it right inside this. Okay, right after this padding section. Okay, so currently we have this one and this one, so right below it we can do it, right? Okay, now how to do that? For this one, actually I want to borrow this layout. Okay, so this is course detail layout, so let's see if we can borrow that one or not. Now we're gonna find our course detail, I think this one, and inside this we had this lesson info, right? This class, and this class was taking this lesson data, and here we're showing this lesson list, as well as this, there is this list view builder. Okay, now this list view builder is the interesting one, which shows the lesson length and shows the information, and it also takes us to a new page, right, like that. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm just going to copy this list view builder. Okay, all of it, I'm going to copy it, and you should do the same, and after that you can close it, and then you may come over here, so we are inside this lessons over here, and I can go ahead and create a new directory, and I can call it widget. Okay, all right. Oh, I think okay, right. And then inside this we are going to create a new file. So here we can call it lesson detail widgets.dart, like this. Okay, and over here I'm going to create a new class. Let's go ahead and do that. Lesson videos. I don't think we should be doing it like this. I'd rather go ahead and create a stateless class, st, and then here I'm gonna say lesson videos. Right, let's go ahead and import everything. All right, and over here, whatever I had copied early, I want to put it here, and we have some errors, and that's fine. Okay, right, now over here we are going to have this final lesson, I think is that lesson item, this one, but actually that should be a list, right? So here do list, and inside this we want to pass this object. Let me check, reconfirm what object that we are passing. So here we are. I can know it from this data object over here, that what we are passing. So this lesson video, actually this is the one that we want to pass. So let's here lesson video, this one, lesson videos or video. All right, and lesson videos, like that. Okay, so there would be an issue, so let me check it one more time. I think we are having, okay, so that's the lesson video object. And sorry, I think I have a mistake. This is not something that we are passing. We are not passing this one. In fact, over here, the only thing we care about, this one, this is the thing that we care about. So I'm going to copy this and put it here. Okay, all right, and let me go ahead and import that, and this should be the correct one. And since I called it lesson data, let me go ahead and call it lesson data as well. And then over here, required this dot lesson data, fine, that should be gone. And import this, and this one import as a package. And what else? This one. Now for now, this thing, fine. We don't want to navigate to a new place, so we can skip that one. And this one as well. Okay, right. And this things. Oh, that's a lot of import. Let's go ahead and do that. And there is also one app image. What else? Okay, so I'm going to skip this. Looks like it doesn't have any info. Right. So now over here, we have this class lesson videos. So this is something that we can call right away here. All right. Now let's go ahead and call it lesson video. I think this one. Okay. So over here we need to pass this. So pass what? Actually, we can directly pass this objects. Inside this we have lesson item, that one. So here we could say data dot lesson item. Yes, the error is gone. Okay, now here we are. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart. Looks like we have a lot of changes. And let's come over here. Now I'm going to open up this one. It could be any of this, doesn't matter. Okay, right, you see now it already showed up, and this is something that I wanted to see. So we have part 2, part 3. How about if I just click on this? Okay, so now this one has only one video, and this video is being shown, right? That's fine. Now there are other issues that we can take care. Once again, the padding thing, like, so I can wrap it around a padding widget. So let me go ahead and do that, because the distance. So here one more time, a padding widget, and here only left 25.w, right 25.w, and we have to get rid of const. Save it. Yes, it's looking much better. Now what else? So here we could do sized box, and here let's do it as a height. Sure why. Height 10.h. A little bit of spacing. All right, but if you want, you can also have a title over here. Okay, all right. Okay, now let's go back. Let's see for the second one, video 2. Okay, now this names I just put there randomly. Okay, now here I do have 2 videos. First one is this one actually, which is being played. All right, and this is the second one. All right, as I have shown you from my backend, this is the second video. But of course, this is not done yet. So how to play the next video? Of course, if you click, it's not going to work right now. Now here we have this click event. So when we click on this, we have to grab the URL of this video. Let's go ahead and do that. So here we're going to create a variable for vid URL, and then here we should grab it. And how do you do that? Now we are inside this list view builder, right? And we have this object, so definitely we have to get that one. Lesson data and pass the index, and then we do .url. That's it. Okay, right. Now this is something that we need to pass to our controller over here. Okay, so we gotta create a new method, void play next vid. Okay, and all we need to do here, pass the string URL. All right, so this is something that we're gonna call from here. Okay, so how to call this? Now there is this tricky thing to call this. Definitely we need our ref object, but right now ref is not available there. So ref, let's pass it, and then over here still do that. Final widget ref, and then here required this dot ref, and this is from Riverpod. Let's go ahead and import this. Now since we have the ref object available, now we can do like this: ref.watch or ref.read, and the lesson data controller provider dot notifier. Now here we can call play next vid, this one, and you pass the URL. Okay, all right, and say it's not null. Vid URL actually. Okay, all right, if you remove null, you might get an error. All right, so now let's come over here. So once you click on this, this method would get invoked, and then we need to work on this. And what's the first thing? First thing, of course, let's check if URL is not null. Okay, is not null, and looks like remove comparison. Well, over there we said it's not null. So here, fine. So here, if vid URL is not null, video controller, not vid URL, video controller is not null. So here, first video controller dot pause, PAUSE, pause. We need to pause it, and then over here, video controller dot dispose. You need to dispose it. Once you want to play the next one, first you should pause the earlier video controller and dispose it. And that's how it has to work. There is no alternative. As soon as you hit the next one, this is the first process that you need to do. Okay, and that's what we have done over here. All right, now we also need to update our state over here. So let's go ahead and do that. update data, and then over here data.copy with the method. All right, so the first thing over here, we had this is play. Right now is play equal false, this one. We don't want to play anymore. And then initialize vid player null. So this doesn't exist anymore, so we have to update these two things. All right, and after that over here, create a variable, and we'll call this variable the same as this one. Okay. Well, even before that, there's another step actually. Okay, var vid URL equal, so we are passing something as like this, app const image and URL. So this would be a new URL, because whatever we grab from our front end, that just contains a basic file info. Sure, it's available there. It might not work this time because oh, it did. So it just includes this section. It doesn't have any domain or IP address. So this is what we are trying to put over here. This is our IP address, a domain URL. All right. So this is something we need to have. And then over here, we need to initialize our video player. Let's go ahead and do that. So video player would be like this. Video player, and then inside this we are going to call network. What was it actually? Let me say it already. It's the same as this one. Right. In this case, we're gonna pass a video URL. Okay, it's done. And after that, we need to repeat the same step over here. This one. Okay, you can also do await over here, and then we need to do async. Okay, right, that's done. And then over here we need to update our object. So here we do update data dot copy with, and let's update init vid player, init video player future, the one that we had over here. Okay, and then is play true. Okay, and after that, in fact, you can also play the video player itself. Video player play. Okay, so that's how it should work. It cannot be used here, so it is saying that this initialize object you cannot pass to this. And that's weird though. We are supposed to pass it. Let me check on what's going on. It may be caused by this. Yes. Looks like it doesn't accept await, so we'll go without await. Just put async over here. All right, so we are playing this, and what else? I think that's pretty much it. You can also put the URL object there, vid URL. Okay, everything else should stay fine. So this is the step. So the idea is, once you want to play the next one, first you have to dispose the earlier video, and then also this object that is responsible for connecting with the data source of future builder widget. You need to set it to null, and these are basic settings. it would work even if you don't do that, but we want to align. Make sure that your URL is correct. You have to make sure. Not only that, you also need to make sure that whether you can print it on the print it video URL.toString. Print and try to play on the browser. Okay, you have to do that. And then the whole step is actually repeated when you go for the next one. Destroy and start everything from the beginning pretty much. So here actually, here it's done with destroying. Okay, I can say done with resource release. Okay, next start again. Start again. So next you need to start everything from the scratch. So that's what we have done. So we initialize we made the URL, then we get the network object, and then we initialize it, and then we create. This time we didn't create an object. We updated this object, but we don't need to pass this lesson data because this page already has this object already has the lesson data. Remember, we are just updating this object using copy with method. Okay, we are updating using copy with method. There are some other information that they are changed. We update those, but lesson data itself is still here available in this page, so we don't need to do different things this time. All right, okay, cool. So now let's go ahead and let's see. Okay, now let's come over here. I'm gonna pick this one because it has more videos. All right. Okay. And then I'm going to click on this. And yeah, it started. Okay, all right. And if I play it, it'll play. So it's playing, as you can see, it's changing. Now I can go back to my first video. Now, of course, in this case, I have used the same video for two different sections. You can upload different videos and check. Okay. All right, cool. So this part is also beautiful. So far so good and working. Now we need to work on this too. This would be easy because in fact we have already worked on that. Okay, so in this section we're going to take care of some of the earlier issues that we were supposed to fix and we did not because we were busy with few other issues, especially the video player itself. Now over here we do see that there is an issue. So this issue is that we have this null checker, which we get it at the top where it says that null checker used on a null value and dependencies uncontrolled provider scope. But anyway, it has deeper meaning, but if we just take it from the surface level, which it means that, okay, we have an issue. So this is the value that's being null over here. And there could be other places as well. So how to work with this? All right, so the first thing we want to do over here is, okay, we don't want to do it like this. So let's check it directly. If this value is null, okay, if this value is null, then go ahead and show the circular progress indicator. All right, okay. Now let's restart and we'll see that this problem is gone. So we're gonna work on this. All right, and we are here. And you can actually click on any of this. Now here, this problem is gone, but it arised another problem, and let's check that. So we're gonna come over here. So definitely not this one, lesson detail. Okay, so over here, this one, and actually it's pointing to this. Now this is being null, and why? So let's go ahead and print. So print the length over here. We can simply go ahead and print it anywhere. Actually, we're going to print it here. So print, and over here we'll say that my lesson num, anything you can call it, and here it's a data dot lesson item dot length. Okay, all right, and we're gonna do what is this, hot reload. Hopefully it should work. Let's go back and let's click on this. Okay, now let's inspect the log. Okay, now here it did say that, okay, lesson num is 1, which we were supposed to see, but after that, look at this, we still have a crash over here. Okay, so it says that it is empty, it's going out of range. Okay, and if we see that, it's still saying this one. So over here it's somehow still being 0 somewhere. Okay, now if I'm going to restart it, let's go ahead and do that, and let's see if we get a better debugging result. Okay, all right, and let's check. Okay, yes, let's analyze the crash report. Here it says 1, and where were we? So here it's still 0. So even though we see 1, but it's still 0, 0, 0. Okay, let me check on this one more time. Lesson item, are we putting it over here as a lesson item? Oh, right, we shouldn't be placing it here, so that's why it's not working. Actually, we could place it where? Let me see, do we have a better place? Looks like we don't have a better place yet over here, because here it says null, but when it hits here it's already actually not null. So that's why we do see that it's not null. Now the other way to work with this is let me go ahead and cut this, and we could do like this, and here we do return and paste a column. I think we have a bit of issue and it looks ugly, but don't worry, I am going to fix this. Return, right. Okay, now I can reformat the code. Okay, cool. Now inside this I can print something if I want. So here I could do print my lesson is data.lessonItems.length. Okay, right. And let's do a hot reload, and let's come back. Okay, that's fine. Currently it's 1, it's fine. But now the problem happens during initialization. All right, so let's see. Okay, so here we do see that the length is 0. Okay, that's what is causing the problem. Now length is 0 is normal because it takes time to load the data. Okay, it is a very normal thing, so you cannot force it to be 1 when it is not 1, but we can take a precaution over here. Now we have this network image decoration, this class over here. So here we can do a preventional method. We can prevent things about it. So here we could check like this, data.lessonItem. Okay, and here with length, if length is 0, okay, do one thing, then do another thing. So here we can just show app. Well, there is this box decoration image class as well. We don't want to do that. We can just let me see, do we have box box shadow, this one. Okay, all right, so it is saying that you should replace it with is empty. I think previously we were doing is empty and it caused an issue. So anyway, now let's go ahead and try it, and we're going to restart everything. I shouldn't have restarted everything because it takes time. Okay, anyway, so here we are, and then yes, so now we don't have crash. Image was loading and then we saw that one directly. Now yes, with this the problem partially has been solved. Let's go ahead and come over here. Okay, and but if you go to the next one, you do see that there's this thumbnail. Okay, again, next one. All right, okay, right, let's do it again. Vectors. Okay, so looks fine, everything. All right, so far so good, it's working. Now yes, it does block the thumbnail because when it is empty over here, it is empty, data is empty, then it blocks the thumbnail. And well, when it is not empty, actually data has already arrived. Even though it tries to show, most probably it shows for very short time, so that's why we don't see that. Okay, now this thing could be optimized in many different ways. I'm gonna keep it as it is for now. This is not the best solution, but this is not worst either. Why? Because it's preventing app crash over here. So right now, wherever you go, the app is not crashing. Okay, all right, so that's the first thing. All right, okay, now in this section we'll learn a little more about Riverpod and how Riverpod helps us to update data. Now previously we have seen that actually we can update data like this, right? So where you have a copy with the method and you update it. Now this is a classic way of updating data in Dart, because you take part of the old object and new object, put together and create a new one. I wouldn't say new object. Listen again, you take the part of the old object and new values and create a new object. That's what copy with method does. It takes part of the old object, new value, and then it creates a new object. So that's called copy with method, because if it, for example, if you don't assign any of the values, it will get that value from the old object because you are not passing anything, right? But if you do pass, it will take the new value. But if you don't pass, it will take the old value and then it has the new value for other properties, and together it creates a new object using this copy with method. And if you take a look at the copy with method, we have seen that, and that's what exactly it does, because over here it's checking if there is a certain value, if this is available. If this is available, it uses this one. If it's not available, it uses whatever was earlier. Anyway, let me close this. This is not necessary. Okay, so now this is why I did like this. There's a reason, because the thing is that sometimes the thing Riverpod tries to do, it overdoes everything, which is not good in one sense, because you want to learn programming, you don't want to learn Riverpod. But once you know the concept, programming concept, this concept is transferable, and you could do it, you can use the same concept in other places. Like for example, now we learned here copy with method, the same copy with method, this kind of system you can use with getX, you can use with provider, you can use with block. Okay, that's why I did that. But turns out Riverpod has its own way of doing this thing. So let me comment this out. All right, and then over here we can do like this, update data. All right, and lessons, and it would work. It would work as well. And why it should work? Because you see this lesson object, when it's coming over here, we are passing, we already assigned everything. Okay, So we don't need to reassign any values. In that case, actually, you can directly go ahead and use this update method to update your object rather than using copy with. Now, the thing is that this kind of problem solving solution, of course, this only belongs to Riverpod, not to programming concept. But of course, internally, I believe it still does copy with method. Now, I stick to copy with method. The reason is because this skill is transferable. If you use other packages, if you want to make your own Dart library, so that's why it is transferable. Now here, let's go ahead and work on this. Let's check whether it works or not. It should work. All right, let's play. Yes, here we are. It's playing. Yeah, just now we have seen this thumbnail. Have you seen that? So it loads, but sometimes if the operation is too fast, then we don't see that. All right. Okay. Now let's come over here for this one. Now, okay. Well, this loaded and showed immediately. But anyway, so yeah, it doesn't create any problem, nor that it created any crash. So this part is working fine. So this is extra support from Riverpod, which could be good or bad. It depends on you how you use that. And now this is another helper function that also comes from Riverpod. Turns out you can also use state function over here. So let's go ahead and show you guys how it works. So you see the second one. Now this one actually Riverpod state function, which belongs to, I think, async class. Okay. Well, it might not look what it is, so let me do it one more time. State. I think I'd go ahead with this form, which is better. Now, what happens over here? If you have any kind of state changes, you can always grab the changes over here, and that's the new thing about Riverpod. At least to me, documentation didn't talk much about it. So, but looks like we can override this method, and here you can grab the change values. Now, how can we do that? So over here we could do like this. Okay, let me put ahead a log that is obvious. All right. Okay. Now over here we could do like this. Say here we have new state, right? Dot value dot lesson item dot okay, we can do first dot URL, and most probably it wants you to push say okay, the value is not null. So what's going to happen every time your state is changed, you can grab that over here. Okay, you can observe that. So that's what this state function is doing in Riverpod. Okay, because if you see over here in the parameter, it takes this async value. Okay, this async value purely completely belongs to Riverpod. So it's a class, and it's a generic class, and it can take any kind of it's a class that it takes generic type actually. So you can pass custom object and anything or anything, and it makes it async value, which is more like await and async thing. So those values, if they're changed, you can always grab there, and it's good for observation or debugging. But now the documentation didn't talk much about it, so you can go ahead and explore on your own. It did talk like this. Okay, now of course this is something that I also found, and I'm trying to use it over here. But now this could be useful for checking on the states. Okay, whatever the state is there, if you can grab that and try to print it and see how it works. So here I'm over here. So of course currently nothing is there, but now if I go ahead and change it, as you see, I think yeah, it printed over here. Right, so this is the latest value of this video URL which I played, which has 12D. So yeah, here you see that it has different kind of endings. Okay, so what I'm trying to prove over here, this is also good for checking states. All right, so you can keep it there, print logs, and it'd be useful whenever you change your state. So the idea is if you return an async value, which means that if you actually create feature provider, remember all of our providers over here are feature provider, and then if you want to observe the value, so definitely this set state function, which is very useful, and you can use it for debugging. All right, okay, so next time, once again, if you have feature type, go ahead and use this for debugging, and you will know that whether your states are changing or not. Okay, now there is another thing that we want to do next, and the next thing is actually, I think, over here. Now this is regarding the video player and initialization. So right now we initialize. This is used when we actually go ahead and play the next one. Now we could do a little bit of work inside this. For example, we can call this then function, and here we could return like this actually. Or we might not have to return anything, but here we could do like this: video player, video player, and then seek to position, I think, and duration, this one, and here second 0. So it'll force the video player to start from 0. And if you do want, you can actually put this one inside this as well. So once everything is done, you can go ahead and start to play the video. It's not going to hurt you. Now, big change, so I'm going to restart everything, and all I want that it doesn't crash. Now, I do have a dedicated tutorial on video player. You could go ahead and check that out on my YouTube channel. All right, so now let's come over here. Okay. Okay, cool. So which means that it's working. So no issues so far. Cool. So that means our video player is fine. So what should be the next step? Well, in next step, I'm going to actually go ahead and work on this left and right button, which we don't have yet. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and work on this buttons. Now, definitely these buttons are over here inside this, I think they're inside the padding, is it? Okay, right. Lessons video paddings. Yeah, I believe they're inside this. Okay, right. Now, since this was I believe thing, let me make a comment over here. Okay, so here we can say video controls. Otherwise, here it might be confusing when you look at the code. Okay, so this commenting should be there. I forgot to do that. Now here we say video list. Okay, like that. All right, now let's take a look at this one. So this is where actually we want to implement this thing, this video player. So here we have gesture detector is showing this one. All right, so how to work with this? So first thing we want over here is an on-tap event. On-tap. All right, I think I need a comma over here. All right, let's reformat the code. Yes. Okay, and at the top, actually, we need to declare a variable that would be responsible for actually working with video index. It is to be a global variable. So let's come over here and continue to work on this. So how to work with this? Now this is basic algorithm, just very simple algorithm. So here we'd say once you click on this, you want to go to this left side, right? So here video index equal video index -1. Whatever the index it has currently, we do -1 from it. Okay, and then here we'll check if video index is less than 0. Okay, then here would say video index equals 0. Okay, because you cannot have -1. All right, so that's the thing you have to know. All right, and then you have to do toast info, no more videos, no earlier videos. All right, like that, and you can just simply return from here. This return is important, otherwise it would continue to work here. Because here is a thing that we want to check. So here we can declare another variable var video item. Now here we have this data object, I believe, and inside this we have lesson item. Okay, and from the lesson item itself over here, I think we can pass the index. Can we pass the index to it? Looks like no, we can't. Well, that's fine. Then here, actually, we are not supposed to pass the index. We are supposed to pass this one, certain lesson, and for that you get the URL. Okay, and then we'll have this ref dot read and lesson data provider controller provider dot notifier dot here play next video, and here video item. I think I need to rename it. Is it video URL or URL? So we play this one and we say this is not empty. So anyway, that's how it works over here. Let me explain more. Now there is this question, what is this value? Actually, this value, even we set it to 0, but it would cause problems. So we have to keep track of the current value whenever we come into this page. For that page, actually, we need to keep track of this. Okay, one thing, by default, the video index, this is 0, right? Because we start from the first one, the first video. Now, whatever is returned, this lesson item, the first one, we play. So that index is by default 0 over here. And we also set it to 0 when we initialized it. So this is valid, right? In a sense, actually, I'm trying to say this is valid. Okay, what I say mean, imagine first time we come to this page, and then this video index is by default it's 0, right? 0 minus 1 minus 1, so it's less than 0. So it will set to 0 and it will say no more videos to play. And actually I can prove that. Let's do hot reload. Okay, and let's come over here. Hopefully it's running. Is it running? Yeah. Well, if it takes a long time, then I'm going to get over here and restart from scratch. Okay, right. Now let me click on this. All right. So now the video is playing. What happens over here? Let me click on this. So no earlier videos. What does it mean? Once again, as I was trying to say, we set the default value to 0. So 0 minus 1 minus 1. It sets it to 0 again, and we see the message. And then we return. Okay, all right. So that's how it works over here. Now there's this thing, like if you have lots of videos over here, then how it's going to work. So that's another problem. Okay, I think I should be doing it step by step, but I hope this part you understand that how it works over here. So default 0 minus 1 minus 1 less than 0, set it to 0 and say it. Okay, all right. Now it's important that you set it to 0. Why? Because I'll explain more. Then you don't have to execute these two lines. We just return because there are no more videos, so we return. But what if there are more videos? So that's the question, right? Anyway, so now we need to be here inside this one. Okay, so let me go ahead and do untap. All right, so here we'll do untap. Okay, right. Now once again here, this gesture detector is for the next one. So whatever the current video index is, you know, with that we check and do +1. Okay, now here we have to do conditional check. Data dot license item dot length. Okay, like as you see earlier, in one place I have 2 videos, right? So we need to check if we are indexing or trying to click on somewhere makes it more than 2, so we cannot. All right, so length here we need to check if video index, this one, if video index is greater than length. All right, so if it should not be greater, it could be equal. Okay, if it is greater, then here what are you going to do? Video index equal data dot license item dot length, like that. Okay, now let us go through it. Okay, so let's see how it's going to work. Let me come over here. Okay, right. So what's going to happen? I know that here we have length 2, right? Length equal 2. Now the current video index is 0, right? Current video index is 0 because that's by default. We remember this is set to 0. So 0 plus 1. All right, so what's going to happen over here? 0 plus 1. So 1 is greater than 2? No, so it will not execute this. So if it doesn't execute this, so here we can come over here. So here we could say ref.read and lesson data provider controller dot notifier dot play next vid. So over here, right? So we need to pass this index to it, URL to it. And how we do that? Just like earlier, first we create a variable video URL, and then here data dot lesson item, and here video index dot URL. Okay, all right. Now over here we pass it. So what's going to happen one more time? So if I click on this one, we know that video index is 0, 0 plus 1. 1 is not greater than 2, so this block will not get executed. Then we'll come over here. Now this time video index is 1, so it will get the index for this one, and for that index it will get the URL. So whether you click on this or this, it's the same thing. Okay, all right. And then we get the URL and pass to it. Okay, play next video and it will play it, right? And that's how it should work. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and click on this. Yeah, you see that it's loading and now it's playing. All right, so now the problem is this time this video index is, what is the video index? Well, currently earlier time we had 0, right? So next time we play on this, it would be 2. Why? Remember, earlier when we started with 0, 0 plus 1. It continued, but 0 plus 1 equal 1. So it will save the value. So next time when you click on this, it would become 1 plus 1. So it would become 2. Now this 2 is greater than this. So this is the problem. Okay. Now here, so it would be assigned over here as like, what is it? Now my length is 2 as well, and this is, well, it was coming from here, so I can just simply go ahead and do -1. All right, so what's gonna happen? So even though the length is 2 minus 1 is 1, so video index would be 1. All right, but actually if it is greater, then we can return anyway. All right, we don't need to actually do anything else over here. So here we could say toast info. You have seen all the videos. You have seen all the videos. Okay. All right. Now you updating it. You may ask, well, if I don't continue, what's the point of updating it? Now, what if someone randomly click over here? Not say there, because there might be 10 videos. Okay. So these 10 videos, they can click on any of them. And if they do, you have to keep track last time you clicked on this, because this one, remember, this one has to be always updated. Okay. All right. So now if you go ahead and click, I'm not sure it would work because most surely we need a hot reload. Okay, let me go ahead and do it. Let's see if we have any errors or not. Okay, let's click on this. So no more earlier videos. Now you click on this, it's gonna play. Now you click on this. Okay, this is a bit of problem, I know. Now let's click on this. Okay, so we do get issues over here, I guess. Range issues. So let's try it one more time. And let's click on this, go play the next one. And no issues this time. Okay, all right. And then let's click on this. Okay, we do get range issues. Let me check the condition. What if we are equal and greater? Let me come from here. let's click on this. So it's playing, and let's click on this. Yeah, you have seen all the videos. So we need this equal sign, otherwise it looks like it's skipping the condition. So let's go ahead and put the equal sign. So now this is valid, this is updated. Now, for example, what if you randomly click on this one? You don't want to click this. So if you click on this one randomly, you need to get this current value. So current value should be always updated somewhere else as well. Where is this somewhere else? Actually, it should be inside this condition. I think it should be, let me see. Yeah. Not this. Not this. Actually, inside our video list. Where is our video list? This one, actually. Okay, right. So this is where actually we also need to work on the updated value of this video index. Because right now, what's going to happen, you'll see. Let's click on this. So it looks like, let's click on this. Let's click on this. Okay, let's click on this. Now let's click on this. You see, so this is the problem right now, even though you are watching the first one. But when you click on this, it's you have seen all the videos. The reason is because once we click over here, this section, the index also has to be updated. So we have to read this index, the index we are working with. Now in next section, we'll cover that index. But before I wrap up, I feel like this part was a bit clumsy. So let me go through it one more time if it didn't make sense to you. If it makes sense to you, you can just go to the next section. So it starts from here. We initialize it to 0. So first time someone comes over here and say click on this one. So 0 minus 1 becomes minus 1. Minus 1 is less than 0, which means we set it to 0. Just like we have to always update this one, whatever the condition over here. So we say, okay, well, current value, I will set it to 0 because you are minus 1. You cannot have minus 1. So that's why you have to update it to 0. And then we return. But if there are actually more videos, what's going to happen? Based on this index, it would get URL from this license data. Now do remember, this index in our page, in our screen, the value has to be equal to the number of video items. It should be equal to this one or less than this one, but not greater than this. But at the same time, this one cannot be less than 0. So these are the 3 conditions that we have to maintain. Okay, and because of this reason, we can always use it over here as an index. Okay, remember earlier when we were using this, we are using index from our list view builder. So that index and this video index, actually they're aligning. And because of that, but we are doing plus minus operation, so it may go out of range. And that's why earlier we have seen range error issue. Okay, so that's why you have to keep track of this thing and set it to this condition all the time. I mean, video index, it could be as low as 0 and as high as equal to this item length. Okay, between this 2 range. Okay, so that's why we check and click. So anyway, if there are more videos earlier, then like for example, let's come over here. All right, I think it's not gonna work. We'll get an issue. So let me come back. We have to do it like this. So let me go over here. All right, now if I click on this, it will play the earlier video. Why? Because the video index is not there. Just now we clicked on this, it became +1. Remember, earlier we have seen that. Okay. So since 1 minus 1 0, the 0 is not less than 0. So over here, this value is 0. This is 0. It will get the URL and pass the URL. And that's how it's going to work. Let's go ahead and do that. See, it works. All right. Now over here, this is the opposite. So just now we came back to earlier video. So this is 0, 0 plus 1, 1. Well, 1 is not equal or greater than the video length, so it will skip. And now here we have 1. So for video index 1, we get the URL and play it. And next time, okay, let me go back. Okay, now when you go back and click on this, 1 plus 1 equal 2. This 2 is equal to this video length. But just now we had like this, that didn't work because 2 is not greater than 2. It doesn't work. You cannot say like this. 2 is greater than 2. This condition, mathematical, there's a mathematical error. It doesn't work. So we have to add another condition, equal. Okay, so if 1 plus 1 becomes 2, now 2 is equal to this one. So we do -1, because if this is a 2, when we get the list number, a list item based on this 2, it goes out of range, right? Because remember, lesson item, the length is 2, but the index is 0 and 1. If you pass here 2, definitely it's gonna throw error, right? That's why we also set the correct index, because you may play other videos, so you always have to set the correct one. I mean, you have to make sure that it's not out of range. So that's why earlier we have something like this, and here again something like this. So hopefully it makes sense. In next videos, we'll see how to keep track of the index. All right, so let's go ahead and work on the next section. Now in this section, we are going to see how to navigate through any way in our list, right? Okay, so currently the thing we see over here is like this. Okay, I think it's loading. Let it load. Sometimes it's slow. All right. Okay, so here we see no more earlier videos. Then you can go to the next one, and we know there are 2 videos. And now play again. It's a no more. You have seen all the videos, right? And what happens over here right now, if I say go ahead and click on this, okay, all right, and then let's see what happens if I click on this. So here you have seen all the files. Even though I played this one, I'm supposed to go there. So the video index is actually not updated as we click on this. If we just click on this and this, which always works, go to the next one and the last one, okay. But now if you come over here and try to hit randomly, okay, all right, so this now it might work, it might not work, because the videos, the indexes are not saved over here. All right, so we need to save it. Okay, now to do that, well, we already have part of this thing over here, part of this logic, where we have this logic over here and at the top, right? So those are working fine for left and right. So we need to work on this. Now we know that when we click on this, so when we click on this, what gets triggered? Actually, these buttons over here are over here inside this lesson video, right? Okay, and our index, this one is in this page, okay? But what I'm trying to say, this lesson videos, they work with the index over here, as you can see. So this index, actually we need to assign to the index the one that we have assigned at the top, the global variable. Okay, we need to work on this. So we always need to set it to correct value wherever we click. It doesn't really matter any of this four. Well, it could be more in future if you have more videos. Any of these videos, wherever you click, it always has to be set correctly. Earlier we have done this for this and this, but not this for this two. And as I said, that this two, when we click, actually what happens over here, in fact this is just a class, right? This class gets called and we pass our lessons item, and then it takes the index from this list view builder and assign to it get it. All right, so here's one thing, we can pass a callback function. So first we need to create a function over here. Make sure inside your class, inside your consumer stateful widget class, this is the last bracket. Right before it, here I could say void, and here I can say sync with index. Okay, all right. And over here it will have an int index, and this index would be given to video index equal index. Okay, right. Now what's going to happen over here, we are going to call this function. In fact, it's not calling, we're going to pass this function over here. So here we can call it sync video index, sync video index. Okay, all right. Now over here we need to come over here and declare a function. So here we do final function void final function, whatever it is. We don't need to have void. And then over here we could do required this dot whatever the function name is, okay, which is sync video index. Now the error is gone. Now inside this, actually we can have this sync video index, and then we can just simply pass the index itself, and beautiful. All right. Okay, it looks like we have an issue. It wants a null checker. Let's add a null checker. And we have an issue with this index value. Well, here it needs argument, but actually here's like this. We don't want to mention any argument, so let's remove this. Just work like this, and I don't think we'll have an issue. Yeah, it is gone. And then let's come over here, and the error should be gone here as well. And now let's go ahead and run our function, and we'll see that it should be working. Okay, so let's come over here, and let's go to our videos. All right. So now I'm going to click on this. This is going to play the last video. All right, and then if I click on this, it will say you have seen all the videos. And without this, you will see that it will try to keep playing, which is wrong. Okay, you have seen all the videos. Now you can come over here. Okay, and click on this. You have seen the earlier videos. Now you click on this. You can go back, no problem. You can also do like this. So different buttons. You can, of course, it's the same video, but now if you click on this, so you have seen all the videos. All right, so that's how pretty much it works actually. Okay, so with this we are done working on this video player. Now the video player itself, you could work a lot more on this. So we can optimize it in many different ways, but the thing is that the tutorial has been already pretty long, so I'm not going to cover So definitely go ahead and do that on your own if you need to optimize it more. Okay, so in this section, we'll see actually how to optimize these codes over here. As you see right now, our code, a lot of the business logic looks like is coming over here, or pure Dart code, but actually we want to separate them, not here. We still want them to be here. Okay, all right. Now this controls, I want to move it to this controller over here. And I will create a controller, and I'll call it class video index controller extends video index controller. All right, okay. Now here I'll have integer return, and here I'll have build method, and by default it will return 0. Okay, all right. And then over here I have to have this Riverpod annotation. Let's go ahead and do that and make sure that your code is running over here. Okay, fine. So we want to move this controls over here. So we're gonna create a method void play early and next. All right, and inside this we are going to pass a parameter. I'll call it bool is early or next. Okay, all right. So with this, we want to just to know whether we clicked on this one or this one. Now, if this is true, we'd be clicking on this one. If this is false, we'd be clicking on this one. That's our assumption, and that's how we're gonna do that. Okay, so over here we're gonna do like this: if is early or next. If this is true, if this condition is true, then we want to go to the next one, state 1. Now remember, the state variable refers to the integer value actually, or you can also understand the state variable over here refers to the value or the integer. When you just return a single value in Riverpod or block, and if that's like either integer or string, you can always refer that as a state variable. Even if you hover over on it, you see int value. Okay, that's the setter, and most probably this is the getter. Yes, right, int get. So this will return you the integer value. Okay, well, this is a getter, of course. So with this, it's gonna reach to this shared memory state, this one, and find the integer value and return for it, return for you. Okay, so that's how it works. And then we can also check if state. If state is certain condition. Condition what? Condition data dot length. Now over here we need to get the data. So here it's a var data, and then here we do ref dot watch and lesson video lesson data controller provider, and then dot, we get the value, and then here we do lesson item. Okay, so when you use watch ref and if you have async value, most probably you have to get it through value, so that's why we are doing that one. Okay, and as it says that async value. So if it is just direct integer value, which we have seen before, we can just return like this. But now this would be a complex object, async value type. So if we want to unpack this object, we need to use when function, the one that we have used before. Okay, like this one, when. Okay, but now since we are in controller, we don't really need to use when function because we can't. When function is related to a widget. because when you use when function, you have to return a widget. Like for example, we're returning a column is a widget, but over here we will not return any widget, so that's why we can't use when function. Then how to get the value? To get it, you have to use this value and say it's not null, and then lesson item. Okay, just like this. Hopefully it makes sense. But if it was in the UI, we'll just directly use this one. All right, okay. Now over here, so this is the lesson item. Now, of course, this one is completely same as this. So over here, you see that data lesson item length, right? So that's what we are doing over here, data length. But of course, our lesson item is already here, so that's why we directly can read the length out of it. All right, so we're gonna check if it is more than that. In fact, actually, what I did over here, the same condition, we're gonna move over here. In fact, I mean, if you don't know what's going on here, I could do it like this for you guys. So I can put it like this. Okay, now this video index would be replaced by state variable, because now the state over here is refers to the video index in our case. All right, exactly the same thing. So whatever the video index we have over here, this one would be same as this one. Now we already have the lesson item over here, so we don't need it here. We can remove that and it should work fine. Everything else stays the same and we don't need it now. And let's see what's going on here. We don't need this one as well. Okay, fine, everything else stays the same. Now here's this tricky thing though. Let me see if we can reformat the code. It doesn't look good. Okay, right. If it's so here we return -1. We first set the state, because if it is the state value, which is index value, more than the data length of this list, then we set it. We should not make it out of range, and then we return -1. And over here you need to return int, and otherwise here you can return state. Okay, now the error is gone. Now why we are returning -1 over here? -1 means that, okay, you are already out of range. Okay, I mean, you went out of range, we fixed you. Now I'm telling you that you are out of range. Okay, right. Now let's comment out this section. Okay, and here we're gonna do var x or index val equal, here we say ref.watch, and then here we'll have video index controller. Okay, and then we're going to use the notifier object. We don't need to use watch, we need to use rad play earlier next, and because this would be, this button is connected with this one over here, so we're gonna say true. All right, okay. Now here, instead of doing this, here we could do read. All right. Now here we check if index val -1. So if index value is -1, then here we say toast info no more next videos. All right, okay, cool. Now we're gonna check this, that whether it works or not. So let's restart everything. Like the server is slow. All right, because you're over NG-Rock. I'm still over NG-Rock. And now let's come over here and we are playing it. Okay, now let's come over here, click on this. All right, and remember here we only have 2 videos. It looks like we can always click more and more, so something is wrong, which means this is not taking effect. Well, actually I know why it's not taking effect. So you need to listen to this video index at the top, actually, like this. You need to listen to it. If you don't attach a listener, the state doesn't take effect. Okay, there has to be a listener on your UI or somewhere else, I believe. And then if there is any changes to this state, you'd be able to use that change. All right, and let me restart one more time. Looks like NG-Rock is not working well. And one more time. Okay, I think NG-Rock has just crashed. It's not responding to anything. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this and start again. Just NG-Rock is very unpredictable. NG-Rock looks like, yeah, it's not connecting here either. Not sure why though. So do we have any issue over here? Oh, right. I think I need to mention the port. Okay, let's try it now. And actually I also need to mention the port here, sorry. A few mistakes. Okay, now let's go ahead. Hopefully this time, yes, right. But anyway, now if we go to the video page, video will not play because it's not over HTTPS, right? You see it's a black screen, so it's just impossible to play, but we would know that what's going on. Okay, so you have to listen to it, and then if you try, okay, it shows up and just like this. Well, it looks like I have to fix my NG-Rock, but I'm not going to do that now in the video. So this is the idea, that you have to work like this, and then you also have to do else condition. Else state equals state -1 if state less than 0. All right, here we set state to 0, and then here return -1. Okay, so this is for left videos. You get the idea. This is for right videos. This is for right videos. Now this condition, actually this one should be here though. All right. And I think I'm also missing something. Now this condition, this one over here. Okay, so there is a bit of issue, sorry. So I feel like I messed up. Sorry about that. But let me fix it quickly. If is early or next. Okay. Now inside this we'll have, okay, I cut this one, put it here, and then I cut this and put it here. Okay, and the else. Now it should make sense. All right. Yeah, and because if only we are out of range, we return -1. -1 means we are out of range, which means no early or no next videos, and at the same time we set the condition. Okay, so that's how it goes, remember. All right, and then we come over here, return the state. All right, now my app over here is not working due to the network, but this condition works and I have tested many times. So just go ahead and remove this. Yeah, so now with this code looks much cleaner, and over here it's the same. So I'm going to remove this. Actually, this is the same exact logic we have moved in our controller. Go ahead and try on your ngrok. It has to work, and this time this is false. No more early videos. All right, okay, right. And then over here we would be able to actually work on this one, like this button where you can play and pause, because all the controls are there, right? So let's go ahead and take this one. In fact, you want to take all of it. Okay, all right, and then let's come over here. Now here inside the controller, we're going to create a new method, void play pause, like this. Now here you still need to get the data variable first, var data and ref.watch lesson data controller.provider, and then .value. Okay, right. Now this time we just want the is play or not play, this one. Okay, and then we already removed that, so here we could simply write ref.read and then a video index controller provider dot play pause. Oh, you need to use the notifier object, play pause. Okay, right. All right, so with this now it's much better, and the code should be more readable on the UI section, because the logic, business logic, has moved to somewhere else. Now it has to work because I have tested many times. So go ahead and do that on your own. Do the test, make sure ngrok is up and running. And once again, if you missed this code somewhere somehow, then just check out it from the resources section. All right, so that's it. So far so good. So here we are done with this page over here. Well, I wouldn't say done, but before we go further, actually I wanted to optimize more. Like if I have over here, of course we are done with this kind of things, right? But I want to optimize a few things. First, I want to optimize this image loading. Now I want to use a cached network image. All right, so that they are cached. You don't have to get to server all the time, or well, it's not about getting to the server all the time. It's about showing the image slowly. Okay, so here, go ahead and install this. I think you have done it before, cached network image, but if you don't have, well, that's fine. So this section, we'll use this one. Now the things that where we want to take care of this one, home widgets. Now inside this we have this app box decoration image, which refers to this one, right? And over here. So of course we already have this network image that we are using, but we want to wrap this around cached network image. So whatever it is there, we need to first I think I'm gonna cut it. Okay, let's see if I can directly import cached network image. Looks like I can. And well, it has a few of this. So here, this image URL, and that's one of the things that we need to do with this. Okay, what else? On the image URL is required. Well, we do have placeholder, and we also have image builder. Okay, so let's go ahead and put image builder. Now image builder should return a widget. If you hover over on this, it says that it returns a widget. So the widget itself, we are going to return this container, but it looks like no, it doesn't match. Well, it doesn't really matter because I have an example on my website. So let's come over here on this link. You can also check it out from the link below. So here, right, image builder, context, and image provider. So we need to pass this. So here I'm going to do context and image provider. Looks like then the error is gone. Okay, right. Everything else could stay the same. But of course, right now, this network image, most probably we don't need to show it inside. We can in fact take it outside over here. Let's see the example over here. So we have this cached network image. We do have a box decoration and decoration image we have. So we need to pass this image provider, this one, to this image, and it should work. And as well as the image link should be there. So let's go ahead and work on this. The image link should be this one, right? Let's go ahead and copy this and put it here. Okay, all right. Well, I think it's what is it? It's trying to build on its own, and we have an issue, right? Now instead of this, we can pass image provider, this one. All right. And what else? It should be okay. Let's go ahead and restart the whole app. See how it works. Yes, I think it already took effect, in a sense that if you see when you restart the app here, they show up slowly, and this is something that we wanted. Okay, all right, so that part is pretty much done over here. Okay, all right, so we also need to check whether whatever or the other things that we're using, this one over here. Now the things that it also has this placeholder. So if you come over here, you'll see that there's this placeholder. Placeholder is used for until your image is loaded. So let's go ahead and put it. So I'm going to put it here. Okay. And I'm going to restart. So yes, you see there's this beautiful image loading. That's fine actually. Okay, and there's also the other one for error image, which means that if somehow the network image is not found or things go wrong, then you can go ahead and show this error image. So this way things are more optimized and cached. So here we have this error widget. Okay, so if things are not found. But now for this one, we need to pass the correct path. So I'm going to go to image res, the first one, this class, and I do think we have a default image, this one. So all I need to do is go ahead and pass this one over here. I think that's inside this class. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove this, and then I can call image res. Okay, this is the class that I need to call. Well, then the default image path, right? Okay, so somehow if they're not loadable, most probably we can show this one. I'm not sure that we can simulate it yet. Let me shut down my server, and then let's come over here and see how it goes. Okay, it's trying to load, but of course we already have server error, so it didn't show up. But anyway, it still doesn't matter, because right now it's the Riverpod thing. The Riverpod was trying to handle this and it didn't show up, so that's why it says loading. Well, that's also fine as well so far. Okay, so I'm going to run it. Now let's go ahead and test it. Okay, fine. All right. Okay, now we need to go ahead and check with this course detail. So let's go ahead and check with this course detail. Well, over here, course detail thumbnail, this one. That's the course thumbnail, right? This one. And now I do see that actually they do use the same app box decoration, so which eventually calls this one. So yes, we don't have any issues with this. So these two things have been taken care. Now if you try this thing with ngrocks, you'll see that they load slowly. So in that case, yes, this loading icon would be fine. Okay, now somehow my ngrok is not still working. I need to fix that, but I strongly believe that if I run this thing over ngrok, so then we'll see that when ngrok is slow as a server, we'll see that they're showing loading icon. Okay, and another cool thing about this cache network image, I mean the way we have designed this box decoration image, you'll see that like this. So let's go ahead and restart our app. Now over here I have some courses. I mean this course has some lessons, right? Each lesson has a thumbnail, right? So you'll see that those thumbnails are also right now in, like when we first time open up the new page, we see them, they're more like loading. So let's observe it carefully. So here you see they were like, it was showing that they were loading. Okay, all right. And now it's gone because it's already loaded. Let's try and see one more time. So let's click on this, and here you saw that it was loading, right? Now I remember that this one has a two items inside, right? So those images would also be shown as loading, like as you saw. It's awesome. Okay, all right, like even this one. So all these things are right now more optimized. Okay, and speaking of this one, over here actually we are missing a title, so we're gonna fix that one. So here we're gonna go to lesson.dart, lesson detail, this one over here. Okay, and this app bar, I don't think we want this app bar. So let's go ahead and see our other widgets over here. I think we have this one. So I think we can build a global app bar. We can just go ahead and call this one. So let's do that. All we need to do, I think we need to import it. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, let's save it. But of course, nothing is here. So, but here I can pass title, I guess. Title, lesson detail. So as you can see, it says that lesson detail. Okay, all right. So, and if you do want, you can actually do much more with this. But I don't think we want to do more. Even if you want, you can show the lesson name as well over here dynamically. But now in that case, you need to read it over here as well. And then listen to this, look at this one. I mean, whatever is inside this, you have to read that inside the data. And data has lesson video, I believe. And inside this, you might have lesson name. So you just wanna have to grab that one over here. All right, beautiful. Okay, so far so good. Well, in next section, we'll go back to our backend, and we're gonna start working on this go by button. But first, we're gonna build our API for this, and then we'll come back to front end. Okay, so now we are going to build our payment endpoint, actually checkout endpoint. All right, so that's what we are going to do. Now my server is up and running. I'm going to close this, and first few things we have to do. First, we're gonna make a controller. So PHP artisan make controller. We'll call it payment controller. Okay, all right. So this has been created. Now I think I created inside wrong folder, so I need to actually create it inside API folder like this. Okay, now this is correct. And now if we open it up, I think there's this one. I'm going to delete that. Okay, right, because we're gonna work on this payment controller first. All right, okay, cool. Now this payment controller will have an endpoint defined, and we'll call it like checkout. Okay, all right, and here we'll have payment controller at, and then the method will call it checkout. Okay, all right. So let's save this. Now, since our controller is here, so now we can also go ahead and keep the server up and running. And then over here, we are going to say public function checkout. All right. Okay, now we want to get the request object from this request class. All right. Okay, so now over here, you say user equal request, and here we're gonna return user. Okay, so here for now we're gonna return JSON response, JSON return I think that's a response, and JSON. All right. Okay, and inside this we're gonna send some information, and here it's a code 200. Well, we don't need this last two brackets here. Okay, right. And status say true. We'll just put some dummy data here, and you can also say data, and here our user data. All right, let's see. Now let's go ahead and hit this from our endpoint. So this is our Postman, and let's keep it up and running. Now, if I'm going to try it now and use the Postman, definitely I'm going to hit an error. Well, you may try to guess it that why, but anyway, and I'm going to add a new request. Okay, and I'm going to call it, oops, what is this? Okay, right. So I'm going to call it checkout. Checkout. All right. And here we'll have 127.0.01 and 800 and API checkout. All right. And well, for now we'll stick to get, and let's see what it gets. So here, one of the classic problem which we have seen, and every time we see this kind of things, route login is not defined. That means that you are not passing token, access token or bearer token. Now why? Because you see that over here, this is once again protected by this sanctum middleware. Okay, so which is used for authentication, and we know that whenever a route is protected by sanctum middleware, you have to pass token, otherwise you cannot go through this middleware. Okay, it will deny your request. Now we know that okay, let me see whether our previously I had any token over here. Is my app, I'm not really up and running my Flutter app. If I can use this one, let's see whether it allows us or not. Okay, just come here and select bearer token. Okay, right, so my token is still valid. So here the user ID is 2, named best tag, okay, for this token. All right, great. So this is fine. Now we did this test to know that we can access this endpoint, right? Yeah, so that's why we did that. And we also return information, status code and data, and as well as the token over here, as you can see. Okay, cool. Now over here, let's see what we could do. Now over here we're gonna install a package for payment, which is Stripe package. So composer require Stripe and Stripe PHP. So hopefully it's going to install this Stripe package or like library, and then we'll see that it's installed. Now you can also manually confirm that where it's installed. So in general, this thing should be installed once again in our vendor folder. So this is our vendor folder, and inside this we should have Stripe, as you can see. Okay, and the source code is also here. All right, so now with this our Stripe has been installed. Okay, all right, so of course we have to use a lot of information over here that relates to Stripe. All right, so now in this section we are going to go ahead and implement the Stripe section. So very first, if we want to implement Stripe section, we need to import some classes or libraries actually. So all of this, go ahead and import them, and if you don't know where to import them from, I'll put a link below. Go there and copy them. All right, and then I'm going to create a method over here. I mean, we already have the method and we are going to work on this. All right, okay, cool. And last time we had this thing, right? Okay, cool. And I want to make sure that we can grab the token object. So over here, I think all I want is getting token. I think we can. Definitely we can. Okay, I think we have done it before. Yeah, this is a user token, right? Okay. Anyway, so after this, we gotta be over here, and we need to get a key from Stripe. Okay, get Stripe key. All right. So this is more like well, testing key. In production, you'll have production key. So you get it like this, Stripe. And then here you say set API key. Now this is coming from actually Stripe library, the one that we have installed. Okay. Now if VS Code doesn't recognize, it's fine. You can ignore that. It doesn't really matter. And then over here we need to put a string, long string. And to get a string, first, of course, you need to go ahead in your Stripe account. So if this is your Stripe account, go ahead in your Stripe account. But of course, first go ahead and register. You have to do that. And after that, over here, let's see where we can go. Now we'll go to developers over here. Okay. All right. So this is the section. And then over here, we can go to API keys. All right. Okay. And here we get this publishable key. This is more like our public key. Okay. So we're going to copy this. I think it's been copied. All right. So after copying this, we're going to come over here and put it. All right. So that's the first thing. It's a long string, very long string. Okay. So that's the first step. All right. And now here we'll have actually a course ID that would be coming from our front end. Now for this reason, we need to get the ID. So here we'll say course ID equal, let's go ahead and do that. We're here request, not like this, request ID. All right. So what's going to happen over here in our Postman, we can simulate this one. We don't have the ID yet. So ID equal 3 and make sure that it works. Okay, cool. Now if it does, then we can come over here. And so let's use this course ID over here, whether we can grab this or not, right? Make sure we do the testing. Now let's come over here. All right, so we can grab the course ID. So that's how you do that. We don't have the request yet, but we're going to do it step by step. I mean, from the front end, there has to be an ID because you're going to buy a course. So we need to pass the course ID to backend. And as I said early, in Laravel, everything resides inside this request class, where we have an object request, so you can grab everything what is coming inside HTTP request. Okay, cool. Now this part could be, people forget it. Okay, so let me put a comment over here. This is to get the course that user buys. Okay, cool. All right, so we have this course. Now we need to do a search in our Laravel that whether this course exists or not. So we'll use Laravel Eloquent. Okay, so here search course, you can call it anything, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so over here we'll have course. There's course Eloquent, and then here we do where, and based on that we could say ID. What is it? Okay, course ID equal course ID. All right, and if it doesn't recognize like this, I think it would be a string. Yeah. Okay, and whatever it is, we get the first get. I think we need to do first method. And course is not recognized over here, and let's view it. That's fine. We can just copy this path from here and put it at the top. Okay, I'm gonna put it here. Okay, now it should be recognized. Now let's make sure that our query doesn't have any error. Okay, it executed, which means that there was no error. And then we're gonna come over here. Let's see if we have course result or not. Just put it here, save it, and then okay, yes, so there is a course that ID is 3. Okay, so we can buy that. All right, that course is marketing course, and let's do a test over here regarding course ID 1, whether we have course ID 1 or not. Yes, we do have this Riverpod Flutter course ID 2. Yeah, Flutter course, well, we already have seen course ID 3. Now we're gonna try course ID 4. So there is nothing. All right, so that's fine, because I know that I only have 3 courses so far. All right, so far so good. All right. Okay, after getting that, we need to do a conditional check whether it is really there. So if empty, this empty method is available in PHP. Course, search course, and then inside this over here, we are checking it is empty or not. And I think I need one more bracket over here. Okay, so if the result is empty, we just want to return. And let me see how we are going to return. Okay, I'm going to copy this from here, and let's put it here. Okay, my no course found. All right, so you can still return 200 because it's not really an error. It's just there is no course for that. So on the front end, we're gonna check whether this data is empty or not. Remember, we always do this checking on the front end. Okay, so it would be null. All right. Okay, so let's come over here. Okay, and after that we can continue, which means that we have some data, which means that the result is not empty. If it is not, then here we can create some conditions. We're gonna call it order map. We're gonna put a lot of conditions inside this because we are going to place an order. So here we do order map, and inside this we'll have course ID. Now this course ID would exist in our database. So we say course ID, and then here order map, user token. This is a database field. These are all database field. And then here we'll have token. Do we have token? Looks like we don't have, so we can get a token. So user token. All right, now the token variable should exist. Just to make sure you don't have any error. Fine, if there was an error, it would show up over here actually. So this is one way to test. It looks like I didn't save it. Okay, no error. Okay, when you write this backend code, always try to save and test immediately on Postman. This way you'll have less errors, because a lot of you get stuck in backend and don't know what to do. One of the ways to do that is just go ahead and test it immediately. Status equal 1. Okay, for now we're gonna put it 1, but I think we'll change it. We're gonna talk about all of this later very soon. Okay, so here's this thing, and after that, based on this conditions, we need to go ahead and check whether there's a certain order already exists, because user may try to create or buy one item 2 times. So we need to check that whether the user already has bought it or not. So now this is our condition, but where to use this condition? Well, to be able to use this condition, actually we need to make a query. So we need to assume that we have a table, and that table stores all the orders that we make, okay? But we don't have a table. If we have a table, we can send user token and course ID and status to see if there is an order or not, okay? So that's what we want to do and to check. But right now we don't have a table, so we need to go ahead and create a table. And then after creating the table, we'll make this query. So this may sound a bit convoluted, but don't worry. Once I finish the whole API building, I'm going to cover everything one more time, step by step. So here I'm going to do PHP artisan make migration, and over here I would do create orders table. Okay, all right. So it already created a table, which is orders table, and if I see my migrations folder over here, I'll see that. Okay, right now it's there. Okay, let me close the window. All right, so a few of the things that we need to insert over here. Over here we do table, and string type over here will save user token over here. Whoever the user has placed an order, we want to save their token, because their token would be used for their identification, and token is unique. Table string, and then here total amount. We want to see how much money they have used this to buy the course. So that's why total amount, and this is the length of this, the string itself. And then over here we'll have table, and we'll use small integer, this one, and over here we'll save this course ID. All right, and a table over here, and small integer status, whether we have a successful order or not. We're gonna place them in this. Okay, so I'm going to save this. All right, and then over here I'm going to open up my terminal, and then we'll say that we have PHP artisan migrate. Let's run this command, migrate. Okay, it created a new database, so I'm going to check this right away in my MySQL workbench. So let me go ahead and check that. Now my database is this one, you learning Riverpod tables, and hopefully I see this one, and if I want to select rows, nothing is there, and we see that everything has been created. Beautiful. So this is what we wanted. Now since this has been done, I'm going to close this. We don't need this anymore. Now over here we can make our query. Now we'll check based on our given condition. Anyway, so here we would say order res, which means order result, and we'll have order model, and here we do order and order map, and then over here we'll get this the first one. Okay, right. Now we need to import this one, so let's go ahead and do that. So here, this is the other problem, that we don't have this order table, right? So we need to go ahead and create this. Okay, so we need to create this order model actually, which we don't have yet. So we're gonna create another one. So we do PHP artisan make model, and it should be order, I think. Okay, I think it created successfully. Let's go ahead and check our models folder, and here we do see that, okay,
order extends model. Beautiful. All right, now I'm gonna come over here and let's save this. Now if you save this, the error is gone, as you can see over here. Now at the top we have this array, which is actually associative array, and then in the array we created 3 fields: course ID, user token, and status. And then once I put this variable order map using this where function, then it's gonna actually insert all of these conditions. So which means that 3 of this condition would execute one time, and whatever the result is returned is gonna save over here. Okay, yeah, so that's how it works. So it's gonna take the first match, if there is one match, and put the result over here. So with this you learn how to actually how to use multiple condition in one statement in Laravel using this where, and then using this associative array method. Anyway, so let's continue. So we have this one, then we're gonna check on this. Okay, so here we would say we're gonna call this empty function. All right, we'll see it's empty or not. Okay, and here it's order res. Okay, if it is empty too, if it is not empty, so over here if it's not empty, which means that an order has been placed before. Okay, in this case, which means that there is an order already placed for this user for this ID. Okay, okay, if we fall in the below condition, it means we already have an order from the same user with the same course ID. All right, so that's why we have this negation over here. Beautiful. Now, so over here we could simply go ahead and return a response like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and put it here, and then we'll say like this. So inside we could do, okay, let's keep it as 200, and then over here we could just simply return data as empty. Nothing is there for now. Okay, all right. Even in fact over here we could also do the same. Nothing is there as empty. All right, cool. I know this code is a lot of code. A lot of you might not be familiar at all, but you can always compare with this given code in the section. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and save this. So we did that. Now after that, over here in our Postman, looks like my Postman is down again. So in our Postman, let's make sure that we don't have any issue. Once again, a lot of you face this backend issue, don't know how to solve. One of the way to go ahead and run it step by step. All right, and okay, my server is not running, I know, so let's go ahead and run the server. PHP artisan serve like this. Okay, all right, now dismiss and update. No data found. Okay, 3. All right, there is a course, right? So everything is working correctly, because so far we can hit up to here. Okay, all right. All right, so what is next? So if over here this returns empty, which means that there was no order placed for this user for this course ID. If it does not return empty, which means that there is an order for this course ID for this user. Hopefully it makes sense to you guys. Okay, after that, what I'm going to do over here, we are going to say your domain. All right, okay, and then we're going to read something from our env variable URL. Okay, so now with this env function, actually not a variable, so Laravel provides this env function. Because of this env function, you can access actually all the variables that are defined over here or the properties, they are not really variable. So over here we are accessing app URL inside from this env function. Okay, so whatever is defined over here, you can access all of them using this env function. So that's what we are doing over here. All right, and after that we're going to create a new map, and over here we'll once again put a lot of information about our order. So here we do map user token. Now this is a payment API, so there are a lot of things to actually take care. And here course ID. Now this map we are building over here right now, this one actually an array, associative array, we're going to send to our Stripe console, so that's why we need them. And then over here we do map created at, so here we do this one, and carbon. Now this time that we need to go ahead and import, let's see what we have this time or not in some other places. Looks like no. So I'm going to go to our user controller, I think this one at the top. We have this carbon library. Let's go ahead and put it at the top over here. Okay, and after that the error is gone. Okay, all right, let's save this. Okay, all right, now we're going to put this information first in our database, because remember, once you are over here, it means that there was no order for this course ID, for this user token in our order table. First we make a query, and if it returns false, then we continue and insert it in our database. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here we would say order num, or order ID actually. Over here we would say order, and then insert get ID. So what it's gonna do is going to insert all this information. Remember, in our database we have user token, we have course ID, we have status, and we have created ad, all of these things. Then we're gonna put them in our database, because first time for this course ID, for this user token, we are going to put in our database as a record. Okay, and that's what we do that over here. And after doing it, we return the order number, which means that actually order ID, which actually means that row ID, because each of the order will have a row, and we are returning the row, and this is the function that what it does. So in Laravel, after this eloquent model, if you have this insert get ID, so what it's gonna do, it's gonna save all this information in a row and return the row ID, and that's what we did over here, and save it in this variable. And now I think over here I need to change it to 1. So I was a little confused. I mean, I forgot this. I wouldn't say confused. So over here we are checking. The status 1 means successful order. Okay. So here you can make a comment. Status equal 1 means successful order, which means that user has placed an order. Not only that, user was able to make the payment as well. So that's what we see over here. So first, when we save in the database over here, this order information, you see our status is 0. The first we save the order information in the database, and then later on we'll talk to Stripe, and from the Stripe, if we can make the payment, we'll come back to our application over here and then update this status, and that's how it works. So in next section we'll see actually how to implement really the Stripe section, because so far there wasn't any Stripe section apart from this one. So next section over here, all we do about Stripe code.
Well, in this section, first we'll see if we can insert an order to our database. Make sure your server is up and running, and then we're gonna come over here and this one, okay. I'm gonna hit it, and hopefully I want you to I want it to be able to post data in the database. So what's gonna happen over here, if it can happen, then status true, and over here, okay, for now I can just say success, okay, because we are still debugging. Okay, all right, so hopefully it should work if we don't have any mistakes. So let's go ahead and hit it. All right, okay, so here we do have an issue. It says that int string given called Udemy course Laravel framework, so there is a type mismatch problem. Let me change it to get and see what it says. Okay, it says the same thing. So yeah, definitely we are having an issue somewhere. So let's go ahead and debug it step by step. Now I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to say success 1, because it's more like I'm over here putting this line where we can actually like it's a breakpoint. Okay, so we'll make sure that up to here everything is fine. So this is a breakpoint, so everything is fine, then it's gonna return us this one, the success 1. So let's hit it now. Okay, yes, we get it. So we have problem from here. So there's lines that we have problems. So I'm going to take this and then I'm going to say put it here. So we're gonna check out, even I don't know what's the problem, so let's do it step by step. Okay, fine, which means over here there was no problem up to this line. Now I'm going to put it here, and this time I'm going to have a different log so that it's more obvious to us. Okay, fine. Okay, so far so good. So the problem happens over here in this line. Looks like this line doesn't really get submit data in our database. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to put it one more time, and then now we know that we have a special way of tracking this kind of bug, right? So let's see, what do we have? Okay, so we have everything over here, and we don't have any try catch clause. So I want to have a try catch clause just like this. Okay, all right, so that we can know the exact error that's happening. So this is the whole method over here. Okay, so I'm going to cut everything inside this. Okay, all right, and then I'm going to have try catch like this, and here I'm going to put my stuff, and right here I need the catch section, so I'm going to copy it from here, this catch, and I'm gonna be here, put it right, and we should not have any issue over here at least. Okay, so now let's go ahead and hit it and see what's going on. Okay, right, so now you see that we have this issue where total amount doesn't have a default value. So it looks like in our database we are not putting total amount. Okay, so that's the problem. So let's see. Okay, here
are we supposed to put total amount? Am I missing something? So here I'm going to put this total amount map, and here we'll say total amount, and then over here we'll say, what is it? What is our variable name? So our variable name is order res. So we'll go to order res. Not really, we cannot go to order res. Actually, we have to go to search course, this one. The search course would find the course, and as it finds, it will have value. So we can use that value over here, total amount, search course, and then here we can say price. All right, and it should work after this. What is this problem? We were not supposed to have this problem though. Okay, it's gone. Now let's try this. Success, beautiful. So which means that in our database we have a record where it says it is successful. So let's check our database. So far it's all empty. I'm going to refresh all. Okay, it looks like we don't see anything here yet. Or okay, right, so here course ID 3, total amount 45. Yes, so we are successfully able to insert this ID in our database, this placement order, or order placement actually. And here you see the important part is course status. Here status 0, that means that here, why we put 0? Because we just put the record in our database about this course ID for this user, but we didn't make the payment. Once you put it here, you'll go back to your backend code, and from there you'll talk to Stripe server, and if you can make the payment there, we'll come back and update this one. Okay, status 0 to 1. All right, and if we can do that, earlier we have seen over here, like in this section, status is 1, because every time first anybody place an order, we want to see, well, for that user ID, for that order, for the status 1, if something exists in our database or not. Okay, if already a successful order exists, then we just simply going to return from there. Okay, all right, so we have an order, no course found. Maybe we can change it. The order already exists. Okay, the order already exists, like that. Okay, so that's how we will say. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, cool. So since we are able to put this over here, now what are you going to do? I'm going to try to place the same order again, and this time we are going to see it says that this order already exists. So let's try it, and it looks like we didn't see what we are supposed to see. Okay, let me go ahead and check. Okay, everything is fine over here. Okay, why we have this one? The reason is because here you see status equal 1, right? Okay, but here status is 0, so which means that, of course, this is not a valid payment order record. Okay, it's not a valid payment order record. But if somehow, okay, let me go ahead and refresh it database, because I think we already altered some of the records. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete one of them. Let's delete rows. Okay, apply. All right, fine, close. Now if I'm going to somehow change the status, once again this status would be changed automatically once we are done with payment. Okay, so I'm going to apply, apply, close. Okay, now let's try Postman. The order already exists. Okay, so that's how it's going to work eventually. Hopefully it makes sense. Now I'm going to go to our database and I'm going to change this to 0. All right, okay, cool. So now we understand how the order should work. Once again, this one would change after placing an order. So any kind of e-commerce you work, first you have to put your valid order, you have to put your order information in your database in something called orders table. Go to Stripe server, make the payment, come back and update this. And if you update this, you'll get something like this, which means it prevents from replacing same order again and again.
Okay, cool. So we were getting this, so which means that we were able to insert this, right? So right now we don't need this anymore, so let's remove that. And after that, this is the core part of our payment section, our checkout API. So here we are going to create a variable and we can call it checkout session, and then here session, and then here we'd say create. All right, now this session create, this function actually creates a session in our application, which means that the certain event is going to be alive in the memory. And because this is a session, so during this session a lot of the data would be saved in the memory automatically, so that those data could be shared in our application in different places. So that's how, and that's why actually you go ahead and create a session. Now payment in general, regardless you use Python, PHP, Java, if you want to work with any kind of payment system, they will always say, their API would always say go ahead and create a session. Okay, otherwise you just won't be able to create API. I mean, you won't be able to check out, because payment needs a complex interaction with different servers, not only with our own server and app, also third-party servers. And third-party servers actually does a lot of redirection from here there. So that's why we need the session would be able to grab the data, save it, so that we can later use in our API and in our application. Anyway, so now what it does, this session create, it takes an array, as you can see over here. Well, in Dart this is called a list, but here we call it array, associative array. So one of the first thing you want to do here is called line items. Okay, all right. So this line items, what it does, it takes more list inside list. Okay, so you could understand it like this, or an array inside array. So here, this is, we already have an array. A create function, you have to assign it array. That's all. I mean, that's the first thing. Okay, and then now, because this is an associative array, so one of the properties is I mean, this is our first array element, but this one itself takes more array, as you can see inside this. And where is this coming from? Actually, this is coming from the official site. Okay, so I'll put a link in so that you can check it out. Everything is there, but of course some of the things you need to understand based on your language and framework. So inside this, you need to mention your first parameter, which is called price data, and inside this we have to have something like I mean, more array. So it may sound a little complex over here, but this is the thing that you'd be doing regardless you use Python, PHP or whatever, and every time you'd be doing the same thing. Okay, so it may look a bit of confusing, but this is the same thing that you would repeat again and again. So here we say currency. Our currency is USD, and then over here we'll have product data. Now of course you can see product data, this thing is information about our product. So here we'll have name of our product, which you need to submit in our in this Stripe database later on. Okay, so this is our product name, and then here you also need to have description. I think these two fields are compulsory, so you have to have them because you have to at least tell people what's the product name and product description, because these two things would be shown during the checkout. When we go ahead and click go buy button, product name would be shown on the UI. Okay, that would be coming from Stripe, because Stripe will save this, and then this would be shown for the user, like this is the product you are buying. Okay, and this is the product description, so this information would be shown to user. Now, all right, in general, your price data contains all the core information. So one of the information was like our currency, other one was product data, and now we'll continue here, unit amount. Okay, now here we are going to use another interesting function of PHP, which is called intval, this one. So what it does, it tries to, if you give it a decimal number, it would, or a number, and if it has decimal, it would strip out the decimal just to give you the integer. So here it's intval, means integer value. And then here we'll take the price. Okay, all right. Now, if intval didn't make sense to you, it's like this. So intval, how it's going to work if you gave it 20, say like this. So the output would be just 12. Okay, all right, like this. So that's what it would do. Now, of course, this could create a problem. Like if you see, if you have like this, sorry, then if you strip out this one, so this is going to create a problem, right? So what do we do? Here is this one thing. Now, the other thing is that when you have this USD, now this USD, at least in Stripe, say this whole USD, first time when you submit it to Stripe, it's going to convert it to actually cents. So that would be, so what's going to happen if you submit it to database in Stripe, I mean in Stripe server, say 1230, so it's going to submit as cents, so 12 cents or and 30, well, whatever it is. Okay, but now this would be completely wrong, but because we have $12.30, but now if you put it in Stripe, it's gonna be 12 cents and a little more. So what do you have to do? You need to multiply it using 100. Okay, so here we are gonna do it. So here we'll have this multiplication. All right, okay, so now with this, if we have in Stripe server, so that would be like this. Okay, all right, and what if you have something like this? So in that case, because we have this interval, so interval would return us like this. So it will strip out the last two digits, okay, because we are multiplying it with 100. Section is more about how you understand. All right, okay, so go ahead and understand this whole thing, and after that we'll continue. So here we are, so we have this price list, and after price data, here you need to have this something called quantity. Now for now we are having quantity only one, because we are submitting one item or one course. All right, okay, but in future we may do it for multiple courses that you can buy at the same time. So once here, now we can also, we have to submit some other information, which is called payment data, payment intent data. Here, so here actually it contains some metadata. What is metadata? Now metadata is actually some extra information that you want to give it to Stripe. Okay, For example, you can do like this, order num, because which means that your order ID, okay, so which is called order num. In our case, there was order num, which is our order ID that's saved in database, and user token. Now this information is not really important to Stripe because this token doesn't really make sense to Stripe, but you can save it in Stripe as well, which would be good for you if you want to do further investigation about a payment. So that's what the metadata does. Now, of course, this kind of metadata, one, you need to put inside payment intent data, and as well as you need to take it out and put it outside as well. So I'm going to copy this one, and then here I'm going to put it. Now, once again, this while you write this code, if you get lost, you can always check out from the source code. All right, so there are other things that we can set up, which is called mode. It says what kind of state you are in, which is called payment mode right now. And at the same time, here we'll have success URL, which is very important. So once actually everything is done, I think this is the success URL that should be presented to the UI, which means that after payment is done, Stripe will show you a UI. But of course, which UI to show, you need to specifically mention. Okay, now in our case, we have UC your domain, which is I think we have defined at the top, which is our domain name, or you can also call it my domain. And then over here, you have to have your server, I mean the endpoint or an access point that Stripe application can access and show, right? Okay, so that's one, but we don't have things here yet. And here we'll have a cancel URL, which also means that if the user wants, they can cancel the payment as well. Okay, so that would be a different URL, your domain, and then here. All right, so these are the things that we need to do, but of course we need to fill it in for these two sections. So in general, if you have localhost, you'll just have an something like endpoint like this, cancel. Okay, but it might not be always true. So because here we are on what is it, Stripe, right? So Stripe has to work with HTTPS. So this is where actually we're gonna check this thing in next section with ngrok, because we need to set up our ngrok, and then we get the URL, and this is where we'll put it. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and continue. Okay, so let's continue to work on this. And now here we have this API. This is almost ready. Now this is the time that we go ahead and try it on Postman. Okay, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so here we have an internal error, and it says that this API cannot be made with publishable API key. Please use a secret API key, and you cannot find a list of your API keys, or you can find actually over here. So that's what it says. So it's asking us to go to the dashboard and get the API key, and the current one, the one that we have over here, it says that this is wrong. Okay, and here it says that, well, it's a publishable key, and it says that this API call cannot be made with publishable key, and it's saying we should use secret API. So that means over here, this is not a secret API, this is a publishable key. So we got it wrong. So we'll go to our dashboard and get the correct one. Now this is our dashboard, and actually this is the one that we want. Okay, hide it, show it. So go ahead and copy this one, not this one, and then replace this. All right, and after that over here, so what's gonna happen if it hits this session create section, it would be submitting this information to our Stripe account, and then after that it's going to return us a URL, and we need to return this URL. So let's go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to put it here for now. And inside this data here we do checkout session and URL. Now this URL would be coming from Stripe, from this object over here, and we'll say that order has been successful, order has been placed, order has been placed. All right. Okay, so far go ahead and try this thing, and we're gonna see what happens. So let's hit it over here. Okay, order has been placed, and this is the URL actually that we saw. And let's go ahead and open it up in a browser. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So yes, this is what we wanted, and actually this is a web view, right? And this would be working in our app as well. So once this is returned, this URL, which means that this URL, so we're going to return this in our front end. Okay, and front end to take this and open up web view, and if it does, it would look like this. Of course, smaller than this because this is a desktop. So on our mobile phone, we'll see this responsive version of this. So we have to type in our email, card number, and every information, and then we're gonna hit pay. So it'll take us to the payment section. So what happened over here, so far all we worked to get a successful payment URL. So this is a URL that would give us, correct URL. With this, we're gonna submit our information to Stripe. Okay, and then we'll make the payment. So at this point, payment is not done. So all we work to get is this successful communication with the URL. Okay, with the Stripe actually, not with the URL. So when you make a payment, once again, let me go through it very quickly. When you buy things, you should always check your product exists in your database or not. Okay, that's the first thing you always have to check. And then you have to check whether the same order has been placed in the database. It means successful, which means after payment. If this was not done in database, which means that if this was not placed in database, if this is not a successful payment, then we continue. Okay, first we add this information in our database. Okay, make sure that payment, this status is 0. We'll change it later. Okay, and after that we get a URL from our Stripe server, and along with this we have to have some information that we need to pay in, we need to submit in Stripe server. Okay, and if successful communication is done, Stripe server will give us this checkout session URL. Okay, with this we'd be able to show the user that okay, our payment UI looks like this, and once we type in our information, we'd be able to make the payment, hopefully. But of course, this is just one part has been done. There is another part that we need to work on. So in next section, we'll see how to work on that one. Well, since we are able to get this link, so we're gonna try it to take a look at the whole thing, how it works. We're gonna look at it from our Stripe dashboard or console. So let's go ahead and hit it one more time. This time it might give us a new one. So whatever it is, I don't need to touch it, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to Stripe console. Now in general, once again, if you come to developer sections, well,
these are here. You'd be seeing whether we have any successful API request or not, and here it already said that we have 5 successful API requests. So you can come over here and view them, or from here you can also come to log and you'll be able to see that. Okay, and we'll see that later, it doesn't matter. So first we're gonna take a look at this one. Now if you do want, you can also actually over here filter based on time. So I'm gonna check last 1 hour what happened. Okay, so this is the one that I've just done just now according to my timeline. I'm going to click on this. Well, it's already here actually. So here we do see that status code 200. Okay, so that means it's a successful request. That's fine. And what else? Now this is the response body. Do remember this, it says that it's a post request, right? Of course it's a post request because we are submitting information to our backend. Now this is the post request. Then what is the request body? Sorry, this is the response body, right? And this is our request body, and this part is where the data came from our server to here. Okay, from our server to here, and this is something that we have posted. So these are basic information, like we have posted metadata. We know that we have posted user token and order ID or row ID, which is from our database. If we go to our database and we can confirm it by selecting rows, so we have 11 of them. Okay, right? And user token F41, so that's what we see over here, row 11, user token F41. And this is also inside this payment intent, which we have seen before. Okay, so metadata, order num, user token, and metadata again. So this is exactly what we have seen, and we can view it from here. And line items, definitely it goes from the very first over here. So this one. Okay, this is our line items, and all this information like course name, course description, we have everything, right? So here we see that course name, course description, this is coming from our backend, and the total price was $45, so it is 44,500 cents. All right, and then currency is USD, and over here success and cancel URL. So both of them we have submitted, and looks like we have an issue over here. So I don't think we need double slash. So I guess over here we are passing one slash, so remove that, because our domain itself has a slash at the end, so we don't need that. Okay, so that's what we get, and so this is what in response we get. Okay, so in response, this is the response body, and previously we have seen that one of the things we cared about this URL. So from the session UI, so this is the URL that we have grabbed over here. Okay, the URL, but you can also grab other objects if you want. There are a lot of objects, but in general this is the one that you'd be needing. But if you want, you can pull up more information and save locally, so that you can use them some information later. But anyway, we don't have much information over here. We do see that our order number and user token that's been sent as well, cancel URL, success URL. Okay, all right, so these are the things mostly that this is what we care. Okay, so now with this you will have a very good idea that how Stripe payment works. Okay, and you should also be spending a bit of time to understand this data, because this plays an important role, what you want to return and what you want to show to the user. Okay, so they're very important. Anyway, with this, your Stripe payment section should be pretty solid, the knowledge itself. All right.
Okay, well, in this section we'll take it one step further. We'll go back to our Postman again, and I'll make the head again, and I'll get this URL, and I'm gonna go to browser, and I'm open up the browser, going to open it up. So this is what we have, and then I'm going to do inspect over here. I'm on Chrome browser. Make sure you're on the Chrome as well. And then I'm going to click on this network tab. Now I'm going to fill up some random email. It doesn't matter, and the card information is dummy card information. You can do as I'm doing. That should work, and it's all dummy data. Well, I guess these are all dummy data. Okay. All right, and that's all. Okay, so in mobile application, actually, this is what you will see. Over here, you will see your app name, your product name. This is our product name, actually, or course name in our case. And this is the description that we are going to buy. So that's what you will see in your mobile application. So after that, I'm going to go ahead and make the payment. I'm going to click on this, and I will observe the behavior, that how it goes. All right, so we do see that here it's using our kind of token. Now this token is definitely coming from Stripe, and here it says that it can't find this one. Okay, so it couldn't find this success route, which is already said that the route success could not be found, right? And it stopped over here. And at the same time, if we go to our Stripe section, and let me refresh this, I'll see a new one over here. Yeah, this is the one, and these are the related information that we are trying to do just now. So first it was our checkout session. All right, and we were given this URL. We copied this URL and we put it on the browser, and then actually we were redirected to this kind of well, I would say API endpoint, which belongs to Stripe, actually, not to us. And here there are some related information still about our products, which we see. This is our product description, product name, quantity, a lot of information. Okay, so it looks like it was trying to pay, and the payment was almost successful, but it got stuck with this success URL. So it's like that it was trying to make the payment, and it did, and after that actually it was trying to redirect our user to this endpoint, but unfortunately this endpoint doesn't exist yet, so we need to go ahead and create one. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here I'm going to go ahead and look for web.php, this one, web.php, this file. Okay, it should be inside routes, and actually here inside this routes folder. Okay, if you don't know where it is. Okay, routes, web.php. All right, so over here we are going to define a new route. So here we'll say route get, and we're gonna call it success. And of course, since it's a route, we have to have our controller over here. So our controller name in this case would be home controller. You can call it anything actually, and here we're gonna say it's a class, and then here the endpoint name is, the endpoint is going to refer to a method. The method is success, but this things actually we don't have yet. This home controller doesn't exist, this method doesn't exist. This is just an endpoint. This endpoint is same as this one, okay, which is our success URL. This doesn't exist, this doesn't exist. So the first thing you want to do over here, so I'm going to go ahead and close this. I'm going to make a controller, so I'll write PHP artisan make controller. Now this is we're gonna do inside our web folder. Now we do have API folder, but we don't have web folder. So here I write web, and hopefully it's gonna create a folder, and then inside the folder it's gonna create this controller, and I'm gonna hit enter, and we'll see that it's already over here, right? So that's what has been generated for us. Now our success route method, okay, so that would be our first one, and public function, and we're gonna call it success, and that's it. Okay, that's as simple as that one. Now inside this okay, so this is something that we haven't done before. Let me save this, and home controller is imported at the top, so controllers, home controllers, but I don't think this is something we wanted. We wanted a different home controller, so I do see that the path name is not the same. So we don't want it from admin folder, we want it from app HTTP folder, and then controllers, and after that here we'll have web. So that should be our correct path name. Make sure this is correctly written, otherwise we'll get issues. Now we are over here. Okay, well, now we are inside this controller, and here we say that it belongs to web folder, but it doesn't really matter which folder it belongs to, but it matters the route folder, which file it belongs to. So now here we said that it belongs to web.php, not api.php, which means that this is actually web communication, not through any API or any kind of middleware. So that's one thing you have to know. Now, why this is not defined over here? In general, these are defined over here. That's because you want to have a secure communication between you and your app through our server. But when it goes to third-party API, you are going to visit them, they are going to visit you. So you can't really have them inside this kind of structure or architecture, because your endpoints, they have to be open so that other people can access them, right? Just like web application, in general, you can access any pages. So that's what happens. And because this process, the whole process would happen through web view. So this is actually the actual reason why we put it over here, because just now we saw that you type in your information, that's actually a web page, which is a web view. So if we have web view, you have to put your routes inside this web.php, because eventually when Stripe replies us back using the success URL, it is trying to talk to web endpoint, not really app endpoint, because Stripe doesn't have idea about actually our app endpoint and things like that. And second, because Stripe is a third-party application, they want to access this, so it has to be open for it so that it can access anytime. So that's why it's over here. Now, if you define any of your route in this web.php, and if you want to visit this route eventually, to view it, you have to define the related resources like the UI. Like if we come over here, you see it didn't find this success route. Now success route should be able to show us UI. So there is no UI over here, right? We have to define this UI. So we're gonna have to define our own UI. Now, once again, this endpoint refers to a method, this one. Okay. Now this method should return something. Okay, and it should return something like view. But of course you might say you want to return JSON information. Okay, all right, you could do that. Hello, you could do hi, and it's gonna work as well. Okay, let's save this, and if we take this right now, and we're gonna come over here, let's see if we can make this payment one more time. It says that the link expired, so let me get a new link, and most probably my server is down. Yeah, the server is down actually. All right, okay, so okay, anyway, no problem, so we can get a new one, I believe. Right, so let's go ahead and get a new one from here, and let's see, let's put it over here, and we'll see how it behaves this time. So I'm going to put my information, and in general this one 4242, I think it has to do with 12 digits or 16 digits. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Well, any name is fine. All right, so we'll see this time what it show us. So it's saying it's processing done. Now this is the thing. Okay, so well, it does look like it returns us something. This time it was returning us this JSON data. But of course, as I said earlier, that we want to return something that is UI, right? Again, we are still in web view, so we have to return a UI. And how do you do that? So the return, when we return UI from a method, like this is a method, right? We have to create our UI first. In general, you create your UI inside resources views section. Okay, now here I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it success.blade.php. okay, all right, so over here I'm going to create a very simple HTML file. HTML, well, it didn't really create on its own, but anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So over here I'm gonna have body, I guess, body, and body. All right, so inside the body I'm going to have say h1 tag, successful payment. Okay, and h1. So let's see, so this is our view right now. Now in Laravel, when you create a view, it has to have blade.php in general. Okay, it has to be inside this views folder, and you can name it anything, and then it has to have a prefix, which is success in our case, and blade.php is must. Okay, now this is our view, and we have some information over here. And as I said, that this view, okay, let me close this for now. We don't need this, we don't need this. Wow, so many of them are opened. Actually, we don't need any of this. So all I needed early, our home controller. So now over here we can return something called view. I think they call it view.php, or not view.php, it's a view, and inside that you have to return your view name. Or what is our view name? Our view name is success. Okay, all right, so that's what we are returning. Now this is a special function that gets called to represent this HTML. Now this success refers to this one. If you named it, for example, so the best tech .blade.php, over here you'll write the best tech. Okay, And once again, this method refers to this method, and this one over here refers to this one. Okay, so we should be very careful. You can name them anything actually you want, it doesn't really matter, but you have to be consistent and you have to make the connection correctly. All right, so now we're going to return a view. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit this one more time, and I'm going to copy this. That's a lot of tests though. Now we're gonna come over here and try it again. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and do that. An email is okay. And 4242424242, you get the idea. So every time we are doing test, we have to do it like this. All right, I think I can, nope. All right, we don't need that. So it's working. Let's see how it goes. Processing the data, it takes a bit of time. All right. Perfect. Successful payment. Perfect. So sorry about this. So now here, this is what we see from here and from our view, right? Where we said successful payment. But of course, this is far from done. There are a lot of other things to do, so don't get confused that it is done. Of course, it's not done. We have a lot of other things, like, of course, if this is a web view, now we need to go back to our actual app mode from here. Remember, up to now, we are still in web view. But of course, this web view would do still in our app. We have to do that. We are doing this browser, using this browser to test. It's easy to test in browser because you can see a lot of things, what goes on if things go wrong. Anyway, so we'll also have a button over here. That button would tell us to go back to our API. And now if we go back to our Stripe over here, okay, let's go ahead and see. Okay, so that's what we have seen over here. Okay, so this is given us successfully a bit of the information where it says that it is successful. So right now this is a HTTP request, but we want to make it HTTPS because otherwise eventually it won't work. And the reason is why, because you see here we do show that we are very successful. That's first thing. I mean, the payment was successful. But what happens after payment? What do we do? So after payment, our database record should be updated. Here we said early in our payment controller, like this section. Okay, let me close this, and let me restart my server as well. PHP artisan serve. All right. Okay, cool. So here we said that our status was 0, right? During payment in our local database, it's 0. But we need to update it. And how do you do that? You can't really ask user, hey, go ahead and update it, click a button. We don't do like that, okay? I mean, you can't ask your user to update database. So everything has to be automated. Okay. So how do we do that? Now here you see that we have this success. That's fine. Even we show success, we have internally have to do the mechanism. When you hit this point, success, internally you have to have the mechanism of updating our database. Now previously you have seen that when we try to make a payment, a lot of things goes on. Actually, you'll see that a lot of interaction is going on over here. If you remember early, if you observe very carefully, there are a lot of links. You can also see their progress over here. So actually that's happens our server and Stripe communication, because Once the payment has been done, server confirms, Stripe confirms with us that, okay, the payment has been done, and we can detect that. But for now, while we just see it goes and it shows up, but we don't have this mechanism to detect. So we have to have the mechanism to detect that payment has been done internally, okay, so that our server knows that payment has been done, and then we can update our database. So this is where a new mechanism called webhooks comes in. They call it webhooks. Well, there could be many reasons, but I believe because they hook your server with another server, so two servers, they're connected and interact. This could be the reason why they name it. Now, one of the things that we have to do over here, first we need to find our API.route, this one, and over here we're gonna create a new route. Okay, all right, so route, I think we say any. Now over here we'll say web go hooks. You can name it actually anything, and then over here we'll have it like, say, payment controller, this one, but this time we'll call it web go hooks. Let me change the naming. I don't want to do it like this. Let's be consistent. All right, okay. Now you also notice that over here we are not using it inside our middleware. That's because the server, once again, doesn't have the idea of middleware, so you want to put it outside. Okay, now you may think, well, then it becomes insecure communication. No, it is not, because even before we hit this, we have to hit checkout first. So this whole thing starts from our own client application, which is our app. Then it comes to our server, and then it talks to the Stripe, and then Stripe talks back to us. And during that moment, we'll use this one. And as Stripe talks back to us, we also have a way to authenticate that whether it's coming from Stripe or not. Okay, so it's completely secure. We can take it easy. All right, so you hopefully understand. So our application would start this, because our application would first check whether a user is valid or not. Then we'll come to the server, we'll check a lot of data, we'll authenticate it, and then we'll see a product exists or not. And after that, we insert into database, then we go to Stripe server, we make the payment, and the Stripe server would go back to us with certain information, and we'll authenticate that. Okay, so there is no non-secure, because over here in this method we'll see how we authenticate it. Anyway, so now let's come over here, right below it. Let's go ahead and create a method. So here we're going to create a method, public function web go hooks. All right, just like this. Now over here we are going to use a lot of logging. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use another package, use over here illuminate. I don't know which one is that, but okay, let's go ahead with this, and then support, and then facades, and then there is one called log. So we're going to use this one because we want to log a lot of information. All right, and over here we're going to start like this. Okay, because this is very important, we can observe everything happens from our log rather than going to Stripe account. Okay, starts here. Okay, just put it there. It's not going to influence your application, but it would log everything. Okay, all right. Now we need to have this Stripe and set API key.
All right, so here we need to put our API key, and what is that? Now we need to go back to our Stripe dashboard. All right, so I'm gonna go back here, developer sections, API key, and over here I'm going to get to this one. Well, it looks like it wants me to get it, so I'm going to copy this. Actually the same as earlier one, so you're gonna put it here. All right, okay, cool. Okay, now over here we'll also have endpoint secret. This one, and this is the one that we authenticate from the Stripe with the Stripe, because our application will have a certain secret, and that secret would be coming from our own Stripe account. Remember, our own Stripe account. So that means that secret only you and Stripe knows, not other people. You means your server. Okay, so this is where we'll put, because you see we already have an app, right? We already have an app. So this app has secrets. So we have already two secrets, which is this and this. Now we've been already communicating with Stripe using this one. Okay, all right, so that's one way to understand, because this secret only you have access, no other people, right? And you also should not be sharing this thing with anyone else. Anyway, so that's to assume and confirm that it's completely secure. And now, just now we are talking about webhooks, right? And we created a method called webhooks. You can name it anything, but over here we need to have a certain key, and that key comes from here, as you can see over here. Okay, and I have previous endpoints, so because I was using the same app for many courses, so you guys don't have this, and it's fine. So just go ahead and create an endpoint. Okay, all right, and what is our endpoint name? Well, now this is interesting. So this time we need to go ahead and use ngrok http AD, because this endpoints, this one over here, needs HTTP link, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, so I'm going to have this one, copy this and put it here, and then here our endpoint name was web go hooks. Okay, remember this one, the one that we created over here, web go hooks. You should copy it correctly or name it correctly and put it here. Stripe payment. All right, so, and I do believe select events we need over here. Select all accounts email. You have to do that. We have to select some of this balance, because here webhook wants to know what kind of endpoint service do you want to use. Okay, so go ahead and select the way I'm doing, and this should be the last one, and then after that here you say add events. Okay, all right, so well, we don't have anything. Now this should be your endpoint. Now this is our like localhost public domain right now. So this is how Stripe would find us. Now we have to reveal the secret from here. Copy this, and this is the one that I was talking, and you only get this one after creating the specific endpoint. Now remember, if you change your ngrok, which sometimes we do because we know that ngrok is not long running process, this one.
If you do change it, you have to create a new endpoint, just like the way I did, so you can ignore the old one. So copy this and put it here. So this is the secret. Now we have the secret, Stripe has the secret. So with this, we'd confirm with each other that we are the correct people that communicating with each other. All right. Okay, right. Now payload. At file, I think get contents. All right, and here PHP input. Now, what is this thing? Well, this thing is actually because we are trying to communicate with two different servers. Now, our server should create a special memory for state management. You can understand. So this is where every communication will go through, like exchanging information, shaking hands, and confirming we are good. So we need to give it a special memory in our server. This is where it would be here. We specify it. If you use other framework like Node.js framework or Python framework or Java framework, you should have similar mechanism. You have to have this one, but they may call it a different thing, but the idea is same. All right. Okay. So this is one thing you have to know. So once again, this is more like you can understand we are creating a shared memory so that two servers can exchange information and they get to know each other. All right. And then here we'll have sig header. All right. And we'll have server. Now this is also coming from directly PHP, HTTP. This part has nothing to do with Laravel. Stripe signature. So spell it correctly. HTTP Stripe signature. Now over here, I believe in this shared memory, Stripe would create a signature or a special, like special characters. So that would define, okay, I'm Stripe. So a lot of things would go within this thing, because remember earlier we have installed Stripe SDK, right? So it would take care of everything. A lot of things will happen internally. Okay, all right. So here event equal null. We don't have any events. Now this is where it's very, I mean, all of the steps are important. This is not that nothing is not important, because we are only writing what we need. All right. Okay. Set up buffer. So by this time we are set up buffering and exchanging. Set up buffer and handshake done. Because when you hit this one successful, it means most probably we are connected with the server. All right. So now over here we have to do like this, try catch. So let's go ahead and do try catch. All right, and inside this here we'll have unexpected value exception. Unexpected value exception, this one. And well, as you can see from the name, if things go wrong, we can catch that or terminate. Okay, so here you could do log info and unexpected. Let me copy this one. If things go wrong, you can put it here, and E. So remember, it's not comma, it's dot, because in PHP you have to use dot to concatenate a string. I think same as Dart. Anyway, so here HTTP response code, I believe this one, 400, something went wrong, and we exit. I mean, if we are here, there is no need to continue. We just log it. Okay, right over here. So we have to have this. Now we need to access our Stripe SDK. It's in vendor folder. If it's in vendor folder, if you want to access, you can also do it like this. Stripe. And I think they have a class webhook, and from the class you want to call construct event. So earlier we have this information, this view information. Now we need to pass down to it. All right, so one of the first thing we would do payload, second we would do sig header, and third we would do endpoint secret. Okay, we need this thing, and I think the error is gone, and you can know more a little bit about it from here as well using the provided JSON payload. Okay, throws an unexpected exception if the payload is not valid JSON and if the signature verification fails for any reasons. Okay, all right, so it does construct event, and then it talks to Stripe server and give us something, and we save it in this variable which we have defined at the top. Beautiful. Okay, so make sure the steps are correct, and I always provide the code, so go ahead and always check the code that we don't have any issue. Now over here we can actually use another catch after catch, but this time it would be coming from Stripe, because the earlier one was actually from PHP. So this is coming from Stripe exception, and then inside this we could use signature verification exception. I think this is the most important thing. Well, it means that Stripe has denied us. Most probably something is wrong with this key or any of them. And if other PHP problem like this one, it would fall back to this one. Over here we would catch Stripe error. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this and put it here, and we can also copy this one. No, I just want to copy this and put it here. Okay, right, and give it a little bit of space that we know the error. Okay, right, and everything else we can just copy from here and put it. Fine. So this would be our error. Okay, the error we get. All right, and after that here we have event, the event that would be returned from here. Okay, and then inside this we will have type, so we need to check the type. Charge dot succeed, spell it correctly, succeeded, I think this one. So this one, once the payment is done and Stripe confirms with us through this endpoint, through this credentials, then it would give us a lot of objects. So one of the objects is a type, and type would tell us what happened to the payment. If the type is equal to charge.succeeded, so with this we'd confirm, okay, yes, our payment has been successful. Okay, so that's what we are looking for. And then let me see, let me go to this developer sections, logs, and okay, so here we'll create a variable session equal event, and after that here we'll get data, and then here we'll get object, this one. Now these things we'll see soon one more time. Once we are done with the payment, we would get this objects metadata and analyze them so that it makes more sense. Session, over here it'll have metadata. All right, and here we'll have order num. So from metadata we'll get our order num metadata, and it'll have an object of order num. Now this is actually coming from, because remember earlier we are saving order num over here, right? This one. Now we are looking for this one because by this time we know our payment is successful. So Stripe object, session object will have order num. We'll grab that one. Now you know where I'm going with this, because we want to update the database record. So we need which column is this, right? Which ID is this? Sorry, which not column, which row or ID is this? We can only know it through this. So make sure that you write all of them correctly. So now if we have this one, beautiful. Now here we can say user token equal now metadata, and here user token. We know that earlier we also submitted user token in Stripe. Okay, so this is where the metadata comes in and plays an important role. All right, and we could do a bit of other thing over here. Let's log info, and then over here you could say order ID, this one here, order num. Okay, all right, and pretty much that's it. And this step we are going to actually create a new map, and with this map we are going to submit information in our database, and map and status. So here we are going to do status equal 1. Earlier it was 0. By this time we know that the payment was successful. Map here updated at. We can also update that certain row, the updated column, that yes, payment has been updated in certain time, so that would be now. Carbon.now gives you the time. Okay, all right, and then here we do where map, and another one is empty as well, and then here where map, here we do user token and user token, this one. All right, and then where map, here we'll have ID equal, say, order num, this one. And then here we'll call our order table, and where, here we'll have where map. We don't need user token, so where map will have our user token and ID. This is our order ID, so this too will result in only one search in our database, and then whatever it is, it returns, and we updated with map. Now remember, map contains this update and this update. Okay, so in Laravel, if you want to update one row, the information, and if you also want to do it conditionally one after another, so here first you can create an associative empty array, and you put your conditions like we did over here, and they together will return one row from our database. And once we get that one, we update that row using other conditions like we have defined at the top. So in this case, we are updating status and map status and updated at this 2 column or fields in order table for that certain row. Hopefully it makes sense. So here with order, we return something and we immediately update our row. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so with this, actually we are pretty much done. The last line, and then we can go for testing. So here we do response code 200. Beautiful. So it's been a long session over here. So after that, we'll test it and go back to our front end. Okay, so let's continue. Now, before we continue to do the test, make sure that your ngrok is running. And one of the things you have to do inside ngrok is that, like this, you have to start it with 8000. Okay, ngrok 8000. If you don't do that, you might get error. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and start it. It has to be your port number, whatever the port you're using. If you're using 5000, you should use 5000 over here. The same for Node.js, guys. All right, so over here we are going to copy this one, and I'm going to put it in my env file over here, and that's all. Okay, all right. And one of the other thing I need to do right now, because I updated this one, we also need to update our Stripe dashboard. Now I'm going to come over here, webhook, and update details, this one, and I'm going to copy this and put it here. And I also want to update the path as well. It's API webhooks, API/webhooks. The reason is because if you see .api.php file over here, this one inside a namespace or a folder actually, which is API folder, right? So it should be found inside your API folder. So now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, perfect. The setup is done. All right, now before we go ahead and start the checking with ngrok, we have to do another test whether we can access ngrok from our local host, right? So I'm going to come over here, put ngrok, and make sure that you say visit site. And of course here it says that route is not found. So it says the main route is not defined over here. Now in my case, I think I had the other welcome route. I have removed that. So I'm going to put it back actually. Looks like I don't have this main route. So that's why it's saying that. But our application, it still work without that. Okay. You can just put it here, view. Well, I think that should be function return view welcome. Okay, that was the default conditions. For some reasons I deleted them, and this was the reason that why it is causing error. Okay, and it looks like we still have this issue, but the route is not found. But let me ignore that anyway. So this is the endpoint that I want to access. And sorry for the earlier problem, but this doesn't really matter to us. Okay, now we'll check that later, not at this moment. So this is our success route and endpoint actually, and which is referring to this one, and this one refers to a view. Oh, by the way, earlier section the view was capital letter. Actually I think it should be small letter. I checked it, it should be small letter. So it means that we are successfully able to access our backend. Now, I mean, using ngrok, what I could do, I can create another one, and I may call it cancel. And then over here, for now, I don't have any files. So what I could do, I can just simply return empty data. Okay. And then over here, I already have one. But now in that case, I'm just going to remove this. I should remove all of this. And then I'm going to copy this and put it here. And I'm going to call it cancel endpoint, right? And then this is cancel too. Make sure that you write them correctly. Now, anyway, so this was for success. And then now let's access the endpoint. Okay, right. This is what we wanted, and we see that. Beautiful. So this part is working. So which means we can use ngrok to access our server. Now, of course, if you want right now ngrok, you can also access it from your mobile phone or from anywhere. Okay. All right, so at this moment I'm going to come over here. All right, now another thing also, before we go ahead and try on Postman, another thing you have to do, make sure you run this command first. PHP artisan config clear, you do that, and then you run PHP serve artisan serve. Now this is very important, because every time if you make some changes on env file, like this is the env file, we made changes over here, right? You should clear the cache, otherwise it could create a lot of weird behavior. Okay, you have to do that. Okay, anytime you make changes over here, otherwise, especially about routes, you will have strange behavior if you change your route. Now we changed our app URL, that's also like our route, so you have to be careful about that. Okay, otherwise it's not going to work. And at the same time, I think I forgot to mention another changes that I made. This is a route service provider.php, route service provider.php, which is this file inside providers folder right after this HTTP models provider, this one. Okay, open up this file, and you need to come to this this section, the boot method, and over here you need to make sure that this line has this one. Okay, otherwise it's not going to work either. Okay, make sure the namespace is correct. I made this change anyway. So now after that we are going to hit this one. All right, so we get this, and we're gonna check our payment and make sure that your dashboard is correct. So I copied this. Okay, while we are using the same one, that's fine. Now I'm going to go ahead and put it here, and I'm going to use this browser tab over here so that I know what's going on. Over here, 42424242. All right. I'm going to use Ahmed. Any name is fine. Open up this, clean this. Let's make the payment. All right, let's see how it goes, whether we can hit everything correctly. Okay, it's going on. Fine. Payment successful, and we can hit success route. That's a beautiful thing. Now this is the time you go ahead and check your dashboard, but of course this is the earlier time, so I'm going to refresh it. We're going to see how it looks like. Okay, so here, so this is my current time actually, and here we do see that we have a bit of issue. 4000 bad request array callback must have 2 elements. Happens once you come over here, you'll see that we have this session, checkout session completed and failed, and nothing is in success over here, as well as it says 404 bad request. So that also says that something went wrong, and this most probably went wrong in our server, but we also need to verify. Now if you open up Postman over here and also directly hit this API web go hooks, and you hit it, and you will see that array callback must be exactly 2 elements. Now this is something that is coming from our web go hooks, like over here. Okay, so this is coming something from here. Now most probably this is also our issue. Now let's see if we have log or not. This is always good to check the logs Laravel. I'm not sure we have enough log here. Looks like we do have logs, but not sure they are helpful. Okay, we do see web go hooks, and array must have exactly 2 elements, exception, payment controller 120. So this is where it's saying, so payment controller 120. So this is the line it's pointing to. Okay, so come back and check Laravel log, which is also helpful. Over here it says that 120. Okay, so this is the line that has error. Now of course we can further debug, but we already know that this line has caused this error. So what I could do, and I know that the mistake that I made over here, so it shouldn't be like this. It should be this kind of third braces. Okay, so that was the mistake. So let's go ahead and save it. Okay, all right, so now of course let's hit this. Okay, while undefined array over here where it says that stripe signature blah blah blah. Okay, and now this is definitely coming from this one where it says HTTP stripe signature. Okay, now what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to run it one more time and we'll try it on Postman, on browser, and we'll see how it goes. Check out and ID equals 3. Let's go ahead and do that. Let us get this URL, and now we'll go to browser. Let's go ahead and hit it. Okay, and we are going to inspect it so that we know the exact problem. Okay, whatever it is, just go ahead and type in. Right, and let's do it here as well. All right, let's head it. Okay, it's working, it's processing. Okay, well, we don't have any issues here. Now we're gonna go back to our Stripe and we'll see the latest log. All right, so latest log, among them there's one that's called filled, but that was like almost for me 10 minutes ago, but just now we tried a new one. That means that new one maybe didn't fail. In that case it might be inside the success. Yes, beautiful. So we do see that it's completed, status code 200, and charge succeeded. Now if it charge succeeded, in that case that means that it fell into this section over here. Okay, now if it fell into this condition, because you said charge succeeded, but of course you can also look for this one, it'd be the same thing. You can use any of these conditions. Beautiful. Now if it did so, then what does that mean? That means that our status was being able to set to 1. Remember over here we do all these conditions. First we look for it, because we need to look for our order in our database. Right after looking for it, we actually update it. Okay, so that's what we did, look for and update. So now if we go and check our database, we'll see that it is successful. Now in general, so in our case that should be the last order that we made, right? So let me go ahead and check it. So that should be our last ID. Okay, which is, let me open it here. There are just too many of them. Let me close them. Okay, so now let's open it up. Table. It looks like we need to open all of them and the orders. Select rows. Now the last one, yes, we see that the last one has been updated with status 1. Okay, all right, and then over here we also see that updated time. Beautiful. Okay, now so this checkout has been done. Rest of the things we have to check on our front end. Like for example, from here we need to direct our app, our user, to our app, because this still would be an web view. So So we actually would go back to Flutter, but everything would still happen in our app itself. It will not go outside, but it's still a web view. Okay. All right. So now we need to confirm one more thing. Remember earlier we said that over here, if status equal 1 and if order ID, which is 3, and user token, it already exists, then we'll see the order already exists. So we should be returning from here, right? So we also need to check on this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit it one more time, and after hitting it, I'll see that I'm expecting this one. That means that this is the correct one, which means that we already placed the order. We are just returning. So let's go ahead and check it. Well, it's taking a bit of time. Let's try it one more time. Well, we don't know why it didn't go through. Yes, now it works. So the order already exists, which is this one. Okay, so beautiful. So far, so good, and everything has been working. So once we are done with the payment, our web view should actually look like this, but previously it was not like this. So there is a bit of styling issue that we need to take care. Now I already have done it, and it's pretty much CSS and HTML. So I'm not going to cover that, but I'm going to show you the steps, and of course you can get the code. So first you have to be inside this public folder. Remember, what do we have? We have this app and public. And inside this, you have to create a CSS folder. Right now, you'll not have any. So go ahead and create a CSS folder. And then create a CSS file, style.css. If you know, CSS is responsible for styling. Okay, and put this code, the code that here. You can get it from our overall code, or you can also get it from the link below. All right. Okay, so go ahead and copy the complete code, and this is pretty much all for styling. And definitely this is not a front-end course, so I'm not going to cover this thing. If you have a bit of HTML and CSS experience, you would know it's pretty easy. All right, or if you're coming from React Native background, their CSS styling looks like this. I mean, app styling in Flutter, we don't see that style is like that. Yes, we use these properties, but we don't put them like this, right? Okay, so this is the first one. And after CSS, you create another folder, you call it JS, and inside this you create file, and the file name should be client.js, so which means JavaScript, and copy this code and put here. Okay, and you should be good to go. All right. Okay, so these are the two steps, and the last one is inside this resources views success blade. Okay, this one. Now we already have this, but the code is not like that. It was not like this. So also copy all the code and put it here. And as you'll see that over here we are using this CSS / style.css, the one that we created, and the same for JS / client.js. And here we have a button. So this button would be actually this one. This would be clickable. Okay, so if you click on this, so because it's JavaScript, it's going to give us a message back to our application, which should be our Flutter app. The message name would be success, or the return value. It's a string. It would give us success. This one, this word itself, it will send to us. Whatever you write here, it will send to your Flutter app. Now how it's going to work, because we also have Stripe SDK installed over here, so it will take care of that. Okay, and we'll also have web view over there. So if it's a web view, that can grab that one, because on our Flutter app we are going to use web view. Right now we are directly using the browser, but on Flutter app we are going to use the web view. Now once we do that, it would grab this message, whatever it is here. Right now it is success. You can also say payment successful. You can say order success. Our web be able to grab that, and that means that payment was successful actually. Then we'll actually go back to our application. We'll leave web view. Okay, so these are the changes that we need to make right now. So go ahead and do that, and don't forget to get the code. And right after this, actually we are going to go ahead and work on our front end, actual Flutter front end.